Yo, guys, what is up? How's everybody doing today? So, some exciting stuff today. Obviously, patch notes are today at some point. We don't know an exact time, but hopefully within the next 3 to 5 hours, we'll get patch notes. Obviously, if they decide to release them at like 11 o'clock tonight, then that's a different story. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully not. But, so what I want to do today is pretty simple. I want to go in and theorycraft a little bit more in our Huntress. I want to look at a way to generate frenzy charges, so this way we can have it down to when the patch notes come out, we can just look at it and see if our idea is still like, you know, is still viable and stuff like that, and just kind of go from there. I'm gonna do one thing really quickly. Let me just do this. Sorry, I'm just fixing our path of building so we can actually POE stuff, because I don't know what's going on right now. Let's see if I can do this. Just fixing path of building, and then we're gonna get into it. But yes, a lot of exciting stuff today. We're gonna be theorycrafting that. They did release last night a basically like item filter kind of patch thing, so we can go in and look at all the base new items that are coming in, like base types for spears. There's some new rings, there's some new other stuff, so very exciting there that we're gonna go in and we're gonna look at. Let me go to my task manager. For some reason, it's not allowing me to get rid of path of building. I don't understand that. Let's just do this really quickly. All right, we're just gonna try this, see if this works. Bang, 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 throw the path of building up. But yes, let me go ahead and pull up that note that was so kindly linked by Zercox a lot. I know, lovely name. In the Discord, so I can go ahead and show everybody. There we go. We have it pulled up, and I can throw this over here, and we can kind of go take a look at this together and just see the new stuff coming. Alrighty, there we are. So these are the new base type items being brought into the game. So we can see the new spears. There's a hardwood, iron head, bunch of new spears being brought in. I'm not going to read all of them, obviously, but we can see there's a lot of base type spears being brought in. I feel like that's more base types than a lot of base type like items in the game currently. But you know, we have helix spear, steelhead spear, so I would assume some of these are one hand, some of these are two hand. So I do hope in the passive tree to kind of change around potentially the passive like spear cluster to maybe incorporate some two-hand spears in there, or at least add some new passives. We have new bucklers, obviously. Rigid buckler, spiked buckler. I would assume does like thorn damage or something like that on hit return. You know, painted buckler, blade guard buckler. So I would assume obviously there's going to have some different types of implicits potentially to them. hopefully we're gonna get some, you know, clarification on that soon in the patch notes. There is a new item class wand, which is interesting. I wonder exactly why they added a new base type item like for a wand in. I feel like wands were fine. I wonder exactly if this has a new implicit to it, potentially that could enable some cool stuff. I'm not really too sure though. We have new rings: Dusk Ring, Penumbra Ring. Interesting. Exactly wonder what these rings are going to do. Dusk Ring, I mean, I have no clue what exactly the applications for that. Penumbra, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what their implicits are and what they're going to be adding. Obviously do amulets as well. Dusk Amulet, I would assume these are going to be kind of like tied to the new mechanic with the wisps and stuff like that, and how you're going to get these. At least that's what I would assume. Obviously we have the new essences being brought in: Hysteria, Horror, Insanity, Delirium, and the Fracturing Orbs, which are huge. And then obviously the new socketable runes and all that are coming in. There's new talismans, which is interesting. Again, we really don't know too much what they're doing. I mean, I guess we could read the names and try to guess, but you know, beyond that, not really too much more info. We obviously know the vault relic keys, like earlier carry keys, are coming and being brought into pretty much all the pinnacle content, which is good. We are getting some new omens, which I honestly don't think we really saw. So I mean, more crafting is always good. I just hope these are more accessible and not, you know, 50-40 divs to get the omen. And then obviously we have a bunch of renamed items brought into the game. We can see that Advanced Hunting Spear has been renamed to Coursing Spear. The Advanced Iron Head Spear is being renamed to Steel Head Spear. So it looks like they're basically getting away from the expert stuff and renaming them to actually have a unique base name to them. So for example, you know, instead of being like, you know, 10 spell, advanced 10 spell, expert 10 spell, it looks like each of the 10 spells are going to have a different name. So the expert is Flex Crossbow. If we look for the advanced is Taut Crossbow and stuff like that. So it's interesting. That's, I feel like, a good change overall. It just gets a little bit more unique and, you know, I guess a little less confusing sometimes to new players potentially. And I think that pretty much covers that. Just a little teaser, I guess, for us. Obviously, that's pretty much all the information that we have currently in the game. No patch notes yet. Hopefully they'll come out later today. But now what we can get into is the building. Let me go ahead and get our thing here. So I reinstalled, deleted our save file for builds. I have the at least build codes written down here, so I can just kind of go in, you know, copy them, import them back over, and then hopefully this will fix our what do you call it, our issues with path of building. Remains to be seen though. We're just going to save this. So this is our, obviously we're going to drop this real quick and go back into accuracy stacking since we're doing that regardless. Quick save. This is our Huntress bow that we kind of theory crafted a few days ago, at least for tree wise. I think it's pretty good. I mean, level what, 82 tree has obviously room for other stuff if you're like level 90, but I think this is a good start. Now my thing is how we are going to get around the frenzy charge generation. Okay, so it's still doing that. That's interesting. Not really too sure how we're gonna get around that. Obviously we want to run combat frenzy. Which should allow us to generate obviously the frenzy charge. But beyond that, I'm not really too sure. I know there's some other interactions we could potentially do to actually generate those frenzy charges more consistently, or at least like at a higher regard. One of those ideas that we could run. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing today, brother? So one of those ideas we could potentially run is doing potential support. So let's just see what potential support. So what this will do is it'll consume a power charge if possible on skills. Now, interesting enough with this allows also, it works for like triggered skills, so you don't actually have to use it yourself. So we could get a skill, for example, if we were to run the what do you call it, amulet? What is it called? It's the amulet that calls the lightning down on like crit hit. Fire the Storm, that's what it's called. I'm gonna try to figure that out here. So Fire the Storm, if we were to add that to the build, this basically triggers the greater lightning bolt on crit hit. So obviously, since we're doing crit bow, or even crit like spear for that matter, it would be basically the same application and principle. True. I guess, yeah. This would allow us to socket in potential support in the actual greater lightning bolt. Obviously, we can't do it here for some reason. There's no support sockets. I don't know why. But since this is called down on a crit hit, this would allow potential support to consume the where did I put it at? The power charge if we have one, which is interesting because this is only supposed to work with, you know, skills that you use yourself, as stated in the description. So I don't think this is obviously working as intended. So one, if they don't patch it or fix it in the obviously 0.2 patch notes, this is a potential we could look into, is trying to generate some power charges as well as frenzy with connectivity. And then this way we could get, you know, both power and frenzy charges, and then we could consume both of them if we were to do something like Fire the Storm. Weak, what's up? Okay, my thing crashed. 1 second. I'll throw you guys over to this really quickly. That's the wrong thing. That's the right thing. Okay. Will the patch notes be shown today? They should, George. Yes. Did the patch notes drop? They did not, Ben. I don't know. Pretty sure you can throw it in. Yeah, it just happened yet. By the way, for the members and the Twitch subs, I have now added 6 different emotes. If you guys want to go ahead and use those, you can go ahead and obviously play with them as you will. I will go ahead and use them in both chats so you guys can see each different emote that I've added. For those that don't have membership or sub status, just an extra benefit to becoming, you know, a member of the channel or, you know, a sub on Twitch. I think the emotes are actually hilariously funny and fit the channel perfectly. So please let me know how you guys think about them. If you think they're too hard to be seen, you know, if we should potentially, you know, redo them. If you like them, you know, let me know. All that good stuff. And obviously I will be adding like badges too, like sub badges, depending on how many, you know, months you guys have been subbed and stuff like that, like tier 1, tier 2s, etc, etc. But yes, please let me know how you guys like them. Let me just get past the building back up. I figured, so one of them, the little juiced guy, like the big buff, I figured that could be potentially a funny thing whenever we get like a juiced piece of gear or we do something, you know, for crafting wise. You guys could spam that. I was trying to think of other things potentially to do with that, but I was like, you know, I think this is at least a good start. Little dude sitting there jacked. And then obviously we have the W emote you guys can spam, you know, if anything dope happens, somebody drops a sub or anything like that, you know, you can spam the W emote. But I think overall I genuinely like the emotes a lot. But yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys, obviously. All right, so let me figure out what the heck is going on here. So path to building has to be something with, has to do something with, hold on, let me see if I can delete and reinstall it. Put this over here. I don't know, it's still giving me that weird thing where it's like, ah, yeah, you're gonna be deleted. But yeah, these are new base type items being added. A lot of new spears. Now, a lot of these, it seems like from the way they're renaming, is probably just going to be like upgraded versions of the base type. So it looks like they're renaming all the advanced and expert versions of the base type items in the game to unique name modifiers and like unique name parameters. So all these spears, I would assume, are just, you know, like one's base, expert, advanced, or just different names. We got spears and stuff. Yes, currently these are all the new spears and all that coming in. Not yet. We don't really have the like the patch notes, so we don't know what the tree changes and all that are going to be. So, did I get this here as I'm playing around looking at stuff? Hopefully it's fixed. I tried to do some more stuff with path of building. We'll see. We already had spear and dagger crit nodes and stuff. So yes, we have the nodes, Zahid, but I don't know. The nodes aren't that insane. They're kind of like bland, so I feel like they're going to be doing a switch and change on those. So if I go ahead and throw you guys the path of building and show you what I mean. Like, obviously, the spear nodes down here are just the same thing, like attack speed, and then it's just damage, 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 and all of these are just the same thing with damage, right? So you would assume they're probably going to change these to be more, like, unique and interactive, because at the current state, it's just damage. Like, there's nothing different, right? Like, the bow tree over here is, like, you know, you get, okay, so the thing is still, I have no clue what's going on with path of building. But yeah, you would think that's going to be more unique later on. Wrong thing again, the right thing. Remind, are you going to start with Huntress or Lich? Depends on patch notes, but probably more leaning towards Huntress. Yes, I figured I had to do some stuff, and then I figured also, who knows how long we'll be on before patch notes. Like, if it doesn't come up before, like, 6 p.m. East my time, I might just have to end stream, because last night, obviously, they posted these patch notes at, like, 11 p.m. Eastern my time, which is obviously pretty late. So that's kind of sucks. I'm hoping it's not that late, but we'll see. Yeah, probably Amazon. Let me see something about the building too. Can't wait to play another 600 hours, hopefully more, with much more diverse we can have now. Yeah, I would assume something like that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with path of building right now. I cannot get it to, like, not crash every, like, 5 seconds. I don't know what's going on. I've even tried to reinstall it. If anybody knows a workaround or something I could potentially do to fix that, please let me know. I'm also opting to weekly beta test, and I've updated, so not too sure. Yeah, the one thing I could do. Hold on, let me try this. Try this, see if this does anything. This might make it better. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I don't know. The thing apparently doesn't allow you to see it. There's not really too much I can do. You can see it if you're on Twitch, but yeah, YouTube doesn't play through. I'm not too sure why. Alright, so we're gonna try this. Hope to God that it works. We'll see what happens, I guess. It might still crash. I don't really know what's going on with Path of Building. Okay, so again, what we have is Choir of the Storm. We potentially run that, obviously, with the potential support to generate frenzy charges, wherever that's at. Okay, so it's still doing this. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on with Path of Building, bro. This is actually kind of getting tilted. Because I need to use the Path of Building, man. Yeah, right. Well, I was going to do build crafting so we can get stuff done, but my POEs just it keeps crashing constantly over and over and over and over and over. If anybody has any workarounds to actually fix Path of Building, let me know. I'm not really too sure what to do here. I guess one thing I could do is try running Path of Building in Administrator. See if that fixes anything. Yeah, I kind of need to get this to fix though. That's the weird thing. I'm trying to, but now it's not letting me actually delete the folder. No, okay, I deleted the folder this time. I deleted the folder. I'm also going to go in to my documents. I'm deleting the save folder. Go to my recycle bin. I'm completely uninstalling everything here. Empty recycle bin. So my recycle bin's emptied, the Path of Building's uninstalled, and my save folder's uninstalled. Okay, I'm going to go Path of Building 2. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to download. Do you guys download the setup or the zip folder? Probably the setup, right? I would assume. I don't think that should run into anything. Oh, the setup. Okay. Next, installed. All right, so the Path of Building is now fully installed. Before I do anything, I'm also going to opt in the weekly beta test builds. I'm also updating Path of Building right now to the newest version. I'm up to date. I'm gonna restart half the building. And we're just gonna remake the thing over again. Okay, there we go. We're gonna see what happens now. I fully uninstalled my save folders. As you can see, nothing here. I completely reinstalled it, and I'm on the beta test build on the newest version. So if this doesn't work, again, I have no clue, but let's go in and redo it. I don't know. We're gonna redo everything. So I'm gonna try to remember to the best of my abilities. I think we're just gonna run this as just Dex, which is I think 3. Yeah. Did we go over here? I think we go into that, right? If I remember correctly. Maybe even that one down there. We're gonna just not do that for now. I think this is the tree we had before, right? If we're doing a bow Amazon like that. You don't, we're forgetting this in the middle. Like that. What does that put us? Okay, 68, we're missing something. What are we missing? Nah, see you in the fashion shop. You're gonna sleep past them, Ben. I wouldn't do that. Oh, that's why we need to do this. Put this at 69. Then deliver, obviously, 72. Probably this from our attack damage. What are we missing? What did I not go into? If you guys see anything I missed, let me know. Acceleration, I think, is what we had before. Obviously, we're not doing spears, we're doing bows this time. I think that's everything, right? That was 78, but we're not at 82 though, which is confused on what we're missing. Pinpoint shot should be good. Where's pinpoint at? Pinpoint. Down here. True. That is a lot of investing though to get to down here, isn't it? I mean, we can go into it still. What is this? Crit chance or crit chance, accuracy rating, crit chance. Is this the same? 86, 86? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we can go into that. We can leave that there for now. That's what, 87? I think that's a good tree starting out. Like, kind of suited like that for end game, right? And then we can obviously work back and do leveling stuff, but for right now, I think this is fine. For skills, obviously, for doing bows, kind of sucks that all of our items got ripped out, but it's whatever, I can redo it later. So for skills, try to figure out what we're going to do for frenzy charge generation. So obviously, connectivity, we can just have there. Not connectivity, what was it? Let's see, combat frenzy. So at least allow us to generate it, since for if we are running like lightning arrow or something. I mean, we're gonna get that every 1.58 seconds, right? So it's like no brainer not to go into this. Probably Herald, I would assume, right? Gonna leave that there for now. Probably Herald of Thunder. I don't think there'd be a reason not to run this. So I wanted that. Probably Lightning Mastery for another level, and then what would we want as the last on this? I don't remember. We'll come back to it, I'm not too sure. Next, obviously, would be lightning arrow. So we'll just throw LA in real quick. For now, we'll look back into it. We'll just throw that in. So we'd want obviously ambush, martial tempo, probably long shot, just for that clear. Elemental infusion probably. Is it elemental focus? Might be elemental focus and infusion. Probably elemental focus. I think the last thing is heft probably on it. And then running this probably precision. So we can get the accuracy, Loki. So we have Herald of Thunder set up. Okay, so we're still getting this. What is going on with the bad argument? Is anybody else getting this in, what do you call it? Or is this just me? I'm confused here. What does Bullseye do? Could do we're actually earning? Maybe? But see, I don't think that does anything for us though. Because I don't think it affects our global accuracy. So like I don't know if it plays off of main hand skill or how that works, right? I don't know what it plays off of. Because Bullseye might be really good to get, right? And throw it on like Lightning Arrow. But again, I don't know if it plays on the main skill you're using and that's what you're getting the extra damage from, or if it's going to have a different vector to go off of, you know? Only need ambush if you're already stacking accuracy, just get Primal Ornament. I mean, yeah, honestly, you make a valid point. Probably run something like that, low-key. We could obviously look back into this later. I mean, it might be worth early game dropping heft for ambush, just so we can get that increased crit chance generation. Can we use regular shields with spears? That is unconfirmed, AJ, but I would assume so, as long as it's a one-hand shield, which obviously all shields are, you should be able to. I don't think they would, you know, like, specify spears can only be used with bucklers. That'd be kind of weird. So I would assume so, but it's unconfirmed. So keep that in mind. Save. Okay, so we have that for now. We'll have to wait for Bullseye. I think Herald of Thunder is fine. Again, Combat Frenzy, I'm not really too sure what we can do for generation. Does anybody have any ideas for Frenzy Charge generation? On how we could potentially generate a mass amount of Frenzy Charges? Or even like anything? Yeah, I know Buckler Parry generates frenzies, and then also we have to consume them. We'll have to see, obviously, how Acquire the Storm and the, what do you call it, support interacts with each other. Potential. Because we might be running potential. Obviously, if that does work, just Acquire the Storm and the potential. Like, again, we'll have to see, because this would just allow us to consume power charges to get more infusions. So we'll leave that on here real quick. We'll hit a save just to have Combat Frenzy and potential, potentially. We'll throw Acquire the Storm on here. Just so we have it there, so we can remind ourselves. We do have Combat Frenzy in already. My thing is, obviously, this can only generate every, you know, 1.58 seconds. So, obviously, that means we're only going to get basically two, or one Frenzy Charge, you know, every X amount of those. Unless, obviously, we play into something like Frenzy Charge stacking. And have the chance... Where's the Frenzy Nodes at? Because I know, you know, we can go into stuff like this to where we have a chance, you know, to gain our maximum number of Frenzy Charges. But, I mean, it's so low, I don't even know if it's worth really building into, right? For Spears, it might be, if some Spear skills have, like, consumption of Frenzy Charges or other charges. You're good. Monk node above crit? This? Which node are you talking about? What unit? What node are you talking about, weak? What is this? So that's useless. That's useless. So yeah, the only thing we could potentially get is Fnatic. Would be the only like chance to gain our maximum in that regard. So that really doesn't help us playing on a 5% chance. Oh, you can eventually go dance with death too, and then see this down here for the skill speed. Yeah, I don't know what this even means. I'm just gonna if it pops up again, we'll reset it. But yeah, the big node resonance. This one. I mean, I guess, but again, our frenzy charges would be endurance, so that really doesn't help because it would be fire damage, basically fully converted. So again, we wouldn't be able to play into it. The reason why frenzy is so good is because with elemental infusion, it'll convert all of our physical damage. So 100% of our fizz damage is going to be lightning damage, right? Which obviously, if you're playing something like lightning arrow for a bow build, obviously that's really good because we can easily stack it and get a lot more increases, and it already has inherently lightning damage, and you know, it plays into each other. Where if we did go into resonance, our endurance charges would be power charges, while frenzy would be endurance charges, so it'd be getting fire conversion to fizz, and then it just really wouldn't play into each other. Currently I am right now it's in just kind of making Theorycrafting like a Huntress bow build. I'm just trying to come up with a way to like generate and consume frenzy charges really efficiently, and or I mean, we could play into like power charges too. It's just obviously it's kind of hard. It might be worth playing into power charges though. It's just, I don't know, because if we play into power charges, potentially we could try. Oh, my Path of Building crashed. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Path of Building. I've completely reinstalled it, deleted save files. I don't really know what else to do at this point. We could potentially play into, you know, all the like in power charge generation nodes, and obviously you get a crap ton of critical damage from them. So obviously, you know, you can go into them. You know, 20% increased crit damage bonus if you gained a power charge recently. So like, you know, we would be getting a lot of crit damage bonus on those fronts. Same with this node over here. You know, all the little nodes. This is what? This 2, 4, 6. So it's what, 80% crit damage bonus if we basically just gained a power charge recently. So it might be worth playing into that, but I'm not really too sure. You know. That consume broken armor to generate endurance charges, but I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this dude. Is anybody else using Path of Building 2 having issues with it actually like staying up? Or is that just me? But yeah, I mean, I think for right now it's fine. We do have, like I said, the frenzy charge, combat frenzy here. So at least we're generating something every few seconds, at least the minimum, right? Okay, let's do this. Just looking into something right now. Where is charge infusion? Is that a... I don't know if that is a node. This is charge infusion. No, it's a essence infusion. Okay, so charge infusion maybe is a support. I'm not familiar with it. Charge. Yeah, charge infusion. What does this do? While active, you gain powerful buff space on your active charges. However, maintaining the buffs consume charge every second. Oh, okay. That crit chance while we have a power charge is really freaking nice. Skill speed isn't bad either. And that's what consume as well if you're running a bow build. Charge infusion maybe is worth running into. We'll throw that on there as well. Just so we have it under the thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, that could be potentially really worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we did do this, we probably would want to play into power charges, right? Because, I mean, that's just crit chance. I mean, I guess skill speed isn't bad either, regardless of what we do. But I do feel like we're missing out on a 20% crit chance is pretty nice. But I guess that isn't that insane, because I would assume it's flat, right? Not flat, just like percent increase, right? More critical hit chance, I would assume. But I'm not too sure on what that applies with. But I mean, we are generating frenzy charges to an extent. It might be worth, nah, it's not going to be worth throwing 3 points into that. But yeah, I think right now, I mean, obviously combat frenzy, we want conductivity, so we're just going to kind of like throw it in here how we normally would do it. We probably want to play with conductivity if we are running if we are running the thing, then we're just going to run the curse stuff, like heightened curse, ritualistic curse, and then I think that's it. Is there one more curse we might actually run? I'm trying to think. Curse ground, I think. Yeah, curse ground like that. Bang it up. At least we have something there. Conductivity with lightning arrow and all that. Let's reset. So we have lightning arrow, hail to thunder, potentially any 3 of these we could maybe do. That would be pretty cracked. Because I mean, what is okay? So potential again. We electrocute or pin an enemy. No more than once. Okay, so that's just a frenzy charge of combat frenzy. Okay, so you would run that. Now you would also run. What else could potentially be good? Maybe red flare. What does red flare do again? Red flare conduit. So 30% chance to gain a power charge on hit. Lose all power charges on reaching maximum power charges. Shocks you when you reach maximum power charges. So we never really reached that. So maybe that also we could do if we're doing power charge generation. Because I mean, technically, if we are running Choir of the Storm with this, Choir of the Storm, obviously, you know, would trigger on crit hit. And since we're running crit, we basically be getting that a lot. If we did pair that with something like charge infusion, we would get more crit chance, which is nice. Since we are running lightning arrow, we basically be getting that, I would assume, a decent amount per second. Because then we would have it set up with potential support as well. This would consume a power charge if possible. And I think that line where it says power charge on hit, that's when we hit an enemy, correct? Not when an enemy hits us. Forehand, I mean, right now we are just kind of like throwing stuff out there, right? That is a concern, is you would have to get the spirit to run, obviously, the stuff. So we need what, 30? That's 60, 90. I mean, currently, right now, what we do have enough spirit to run everything. Because you get 100 base from campaign, obviously, and we are only consuming 90. So at the current state, running Herald of Thunder, Combat Frenzy, if we did do that, and Charge Infusion, we would have enough. But obviously, if we are running this, it might just be worth dropping Combat Frenzy if we're trying to power charge, right? And then we could simply just go into it and just generate power charges. Because we're going to be trying to run like Charge Infusion for more crit chance, maybe acquire the Storm with like potential, you know, running also Red Flare maybe for the chance for power charge on hit. But like I said, I don't really know how good that would be, because this would be technically 100% Fizz converted to cold. So obviously we really wouldn't be getting lightning. It might be fine later on when we have, you know, like Ingenuity and good rings, and we could generate a lot of lightning damage. I'm just trying to think off of rip. I mean, like I said, it all is going to come down to patch notes. I feel like, depending on what our like bow skill is going to be, if we did do Huntress like that with bow, because obviously if lightning arrow is kind of nerfed to the ground, then it might just be worth running like bow shot. I throw a bow shot in here. You know what I'm saying? Just running bow shot, no mana consumption, and you could kind of do that. And then you could see, but I feel like you would want to kind of play into obviously going down and like getting mana to the shot, because it's just such a big damage multiplier. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you guys see this like that. Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with, I guess, POB crashing every now and then. I just don't know how to fix it. Yeah, I feel like this is fine for right now. This is why we save often, right? Now, if we were to go full frenzy, obviously it's a little bit different, because we can't run stuff like that. So you definitely run combat frenzy. Well, I guess you could go into resonance technically. No, actually it's endurance instead of power charges. That wouldn't be it. Never mind. I was reading that wrong. So technically that wouldn't work. Yeah, I mean, I think running into something like this would be pretty good for power charge generation. Joe, what's up, man? Dun, 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 dun. Hold on. I don't know. I think for right now this is fine. We can come back later. I would say let's go ahead and try to do a spear variation of this. But obviously we can't really do spears until we know the skill gems and what they're going to be doing. So it's kind of hard, obviously, to import stuff like that. So, I mean, I guess we could sort of do it for like a base type, you know, like, because we do know what Storm Spear does, but again, it's you know, it's kind of especially we don't know what the nodes are doing or patch notes. I think maybe we just wait for that before we do like a Spear Huntress. But I think for bow right now, we at least have a good layout. I actually need to throw this in here. Hold on. We want to go with Death's Harp. Can I spell correctly today? Definitely Death's Harp, I feel like, for the bow is probably going to be the best. just so much damage, especially considering that we're accuracy stacking. So we're gonna throw that in here. We'll leave the gear obviously off. We'll probably just have to put accuracy gear and like res and stuff like that rolled into it later on, but I think for now it's fine. We could probably get into some mapping for a bit. All good. You will you upload the build before release? Yes. As soon as we get patch notes, I'm going to be starting to upload league starter builds. Which I don't think they've said anything about. Nope, nothing yet. Like I said, if you guys have any ideas on like power charge generation and or like other charge generations that we could do, definitely let me know. Because for Frenzy, I'm not really too sure what you do besides like Combat Frenzy. Does not like coming here. Interesting. Yeah. Is there any other items at the game actually to do Frenzy? No, this just gives you movement speed and max frenzies. No, okay. Yeah, I think doing something like that's probably the best. Alright, so we're good there. Alright, let me go ahead and load the game up. And then, should be good, I think. Here we go. I was trying to get in the game earlier, but I kept saying it was down, so hopefully the servers are not down. That would throw a wrench in the plans for sure. Oh yeah, I can't get in. Is the servers down for you guys? It will not let me log in. Like, I am actively trying to log in, and it will not let me log in. Yeah, well, that throws a wrench in that plan. So you guys over here, and then reslot you guys to that. What is going on here? Look out, item Hateforge, I bet. Only really good power charge generator I ever saw was Profane Ritual, and it's pretty janky to automate. Got you. Yeah, the game completely will not let me log in. I don't know if it's the same for you guys. One you can maybe check real quick if you have the capabilities to. But yeah, I just can't log in. I'm literally just spamming and just will not let me log in. So that's interesting. I wonder if they're deploying something right now. Or if they said the servers will be down, because if they did, I did not see that. Hateforge. Gain 1 to 3 random charges on reaching maximum rage. Lose all rage on reaching maximum rage. I mean, those are cool, but how are we going to be generating that much rage to hit maximum? Because obviously as a range build, it's hard to hit rage. Because really right now, it's just a bunch of like rage on hit, right? So like rage on melee hit. So it's not really anything about like ranged. And even for spears, like some of the skills obviously are like projectile based, so that wouldn't work. It says Realm is down for maintenance for me. Yeah, that's what I was getting to, Kyle. Are they like doing some sort of maintenance? For percentage, I guess evasion node plus Queen of the Force was boosted. Then penetrate plus elemental infusion, I guess. Yeah, so right now, what do you call it? Serene, what I'm thinking is obviously a Huntress bow. The reason why I think Huntress bow is because obviously it's going to be accuracy stacking, so this way you can get the 25% of excess hit chance for your crit, and that applies to your base, and then also it's the same thing for like physical damage. So you're getting both added, like kind of like base damage to your bow. I think they said it's more like rolling it on a ring, but you're still getting that added overall. And then also that base crit chance frees up a lot of unique possibilities for unique bows, and that's without the 100+ new uniques being brought in. Obviously, it's still going to be really good for spears, but that's just what I kind of had in mind for bows. And the reason why it's so strong is because you can run Death's Harp. Obviously, the downside of Death's Harp is low damage, no crit chance, but we basically cover both of those areas with the Amazon Ascendancy. And obviously, this makes running a bow build insanely powerful because the amount of crit damage base that you get on Death's Harp. And looking into like POE and looking at our 170 million Deadeye build that we made for Ranger, and then just dropping and taking the Ascendancy nodes off, same tree, throwing Death's Harp on, adding the base crit chance without even adding the physical damage, and throwing a Death's Harp on, we're getting like 1 million more damage average on hit. So it obviously nodes and power is going to be nerfed, but it still should, the concept and theory still should apply no matter what. It still should be more damage. So it looks pretty insane. So that's what I'm kind of cooking up right now. Obviously, I want to do spear stuff, but it's kind of hard to do spear when we don't have any like patch notes or skill gem info or anything like that out at the current state. Yeah, it is. And like I said, the downside is no crit chance or like really good base damage, but you're getting both of that from the Amazon Ascendancy. So it's like, it's broken for Death's Harp. And like I said, that's without throwing more rune like in it, like rune cores and stuff like that, right? Or getting it corrupted potentially with like 85 to 90 crit damage to base, and then throwing 2 crit damage soul cores in it. You're gonna get like over 100, base crit damage, which is what overall, like, I don't know, 200 or something or more. I mean, we could probably see it here. It tells crit damage, doesn't it? We throw on a skill. Yeah, so our crit multiplier is 494 right now. We take it off. Just what if we just throw on a random bow? I'm just gonna do a random bow real quick. Yeah, sure. This is a crossbow, obviously. That doesn't work. Nice. There we go. Recurve bow. So yeah, 3, 4, 6. Then with. So we're currently So 3, 4, 6. Then we throw on Death's Harp, we get about 130% with 60. You'd basically be almost doubling that. So a lot of crit damage overall added. You get a lot of mileage out of Against the Darkness too with that setup. True. You're not wrong. I have a cool idea. Don't know if it's gonna work, but you can get the mount for 60 Spirit. Maybe Forefront of Rage, which will give you Rage Super Second. Oh, you're saying like stay on the mount type stuff and ride it and see if Round of Rage would work with it? I mean, yeah, that's honestly a really good idea. Like you said, I don't know if it would work, but it would be very fun if it did. Yeah, at the current state though, I just don't think getting Rage on a range character is possible, or at least reliably possible. Maybe they'll add stuff with support gems, who knows? But I mean, yeah, at the current state, I think we're good there. At least we have ideas in mind for other stuff. Kyle, those runes, I swear, were only melee hit, like Rage on melee hit. Was there? I swear I didn't see that. Let me see. This was in what, the Reveal Showcase? I'm looking right now at the reveal showcase of the rune section. There's runes tiers. And then this goes over in the Amazon West. New maps, for exiles, new strong boxes, new corruption and cleanse maps, tower tablet changes. Easy, I'm not. You could find out in the reveal live stream when they did that. Let me know. I'm trying to look through it. I'm not seeing it. You know, maybe it's in the dev press kit. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the dev press kit and see exactly if it's in there. Okay, I'm gonna throw us over to the dev press kit and then we can look in there together. That's the wrong thing. Hold on, guys. Okay, so you guys can't see the photos. Okay, well that's just freaking fantastic. Why you guys can't see photos, Fudge? So weird. Let me select that. Yeah, it was gloves. Gain 1 rage on melee hit. That was it was Boar Talisman. That was what you've seen. So melee hit again. Doesn't help us. But here's to say that there's not a new support gem that helps with that. It's just we won't know anything about support gems for a while. Because I don't think they're allowing us to do that. Hacks? Yeah, right. Alright, well, I guess we'll go back to Theorycrafting. I didn't know the actual game was down. That's kind of interesting. I guess we'll have to wait. Who knows how long? But yeah, I didn't know the game was down. So, what are you guys trying to do in the meantime? Well, hold on. Somebody's in, though. How is somebody in and we're not in? The fudge? Streamer privilege? This is bullshit. Let me see if I can get in. I'm gonna spam log in until we can get in. You guys want to see what I'm dealing with in game? Wait, why is the game not like what the fudge? This is what I'm dealing with in game. You guys want to wonder? Losing sleep for passion. We're so hyped. I love it. Yeah, bro. Low key. Bro, this is what I'm dealing with, bro. Oh my god, what's going on? All right. Well, that's it. Well, let me get in. I don't know how some people are in, bro. And some people aren't. I don't no clue what's going on. I can retry. Oh, that's what I should make for an emoji, is a laughing one. Yeah, I literally cannot log in. I don't know how some people are in. I don't know what they're doing to the game servers either. Bro, I can't get into the game, chat. I'm gonna try again. I'm just gonna lay down for maintenance. Try again later. Try again later. I'm logging in from a new location. Okay, hold on. Let me try to re-put in the password and see. Maybe that's the reason why we can't log in. This doesn't work. We'll just go back to Theorycrafting, I guess. Because, yeah, the stuff right now is not working. Yeah, even putting in the... Okay, we're in. Oh my god. Huge. GG's in the chat. Broken built too many just... Okay. I guess. Alright, we're in. Huge. There we go. Nice. Okie dokie. Let me just actually make sure you guys are on Path of Exile. Yep, but. And then we can always come back later. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna come back later to the batch notes, obviously, into POB, but for now we'll just do some Path of Exile like mapping. This is just, you know, just for now. Obviously, like I said, for everyone new that's joining us, we do have brand new, yeah, you can see this one. We do have brand new emotes in terms of membership emotes on YouTube and Twitch subscription. What do you call it? Like, you know, whatever emotes. So if you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, you can get those. So feel free to use them as you want. Okay. Okay, these are our actual stats. I was about to say, I was like, why do we have so much stacks? Makes no sense. That's our actual stats. Okay. I am going to just get the stuff put up here and like set up really quickly. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me look at the forms. Early access patch notes. Okay, and then I'm also going to go to news. So patch notes up and have the Discord up. I'm also going to pull their Twitter really quickly, so this way whatever happens we have like access, so this way whenever the first thing comes out we can go straight to that. Okay. We'll check frequently. As of right now, no news on when patch notes are dropping. Obviously, they're doing some maintenance right now to the trade servers, it says on the website. So, potentially could be right after they're done with that. Maybe that's what they're doing, is preparing. Do I have my... I do have Hero Device on. Maybe they're preparing stuff? I don't know. I feel like we're not rocking Hero Device at all, bruh. At all. Map mod's horrible here. Maximum energy shield. I mean, that's really it, right? Oh, 51% monster elemental resistances. Why do we decide to do this map? Let's do this map out. We'll see what we can do. It's not looking good though. We have the right supports on? Yeah, we do. At least we're getting gas damage on this. We're gonna go through. We have the shrine at least to help. But how's everybody doing today in chat? You guys hyped for patch notes today? I know I am. Can't wait to get my full hands on them. Hopefully, I mean, I know they're going to be long, but hopefully they're not that long. I feel like they're going to be like reading a book though. It's going to be like 10 pages of changes. Vance, what's up, brother? Go back through here? Probably not. I'm gonna dead end now. Can't move, man. I like legit can't move. Alright, we're good now. What was that? Few more days, yep, and then we have patch notes today, so we'll see. Unless they delay them, which would suck. What the heck just dropped? Oh, graders. Disgusting. Disgusting. Bro, how many, like, shrines are on this map, bro? It's 3 shrines already, bro. It's like 6? What's going on? People, you crazy, amazing people in the chat. Besides, I'm doing good, bro. Heck yeah, man. We, I don't... It's funny enough, I was gonna say, we have new emotes that you can spam, but I don't think you're a member or a sub on Twitch. But yeah, we do have new emotes. Are the heralds getting nerfed next patch? Any ideas? Yes, there's already confirmed that they're getting nerfed. We already know one of the changes to them is them not going to be able to like chain into each other. So how, you know, you can kind of throw a Herald of Lightning and Ice to do, like, you know, Herald of Lightning can do Ice, and then that'll proc in a Herald of, Herald of Thunder to do Ice, sorry, and then that'll proc in the Herald of Ice and vice versa. That's being changed to where they can't do that anymore. So obviously it's not going to be worth trying to get that chain going, so definitely clear is going to be worse than it was before, and I'm sure they're going to change it even more than that. But I think they'll still be good. It's just you got to invest into one, I feel like. Right now, Bance, I am probably going to be playing Huntress, whether that be Spear or Bow. It still depends. I do really want to I'll probably do Spear, but I am going to have like Bow Huntress League Start builds, a Spear Huntress build. I'm going to have our, you know, Bow Ranger League Start. All that will be up in the next day or two. Just waiting on patch notes. I want to try to release like at least 1 to 2 League Starts today, but obviously it depends what time patch notes come out. Like, if the patch notes don't drop until 11 o'clock my time, then obviously, you know, we might not get anything out today. It just kind of sucks, you know, with time frames and stuff. But if they come out at a reasonable time, like in an hour or 2 from now, then yeah, I mean, we should be able to get hopefully a build or 2 out. We cannot kill this dude, can we? Oh, that's why periodic and vulnerability were fantastic. Bow Hunter sounds dope. Yeah, it does. It sounds very powerful too. With the crit chance you get off accuracy plus the base damage, opens up a lot of like avenues to run unique bows. Wait, you're getting it early access to your creator? Wait, what? No, I'm not getting early access to anything. I am with everybody else. I get access to patch notes, to the game, to the new league, all at the same time as everyone else does. They don't do like early access or anything like that for people. They've never had for like at least their league starts and stuff like that. There we go, we're done. We're out of here. Let's see if there's any news or anything on them. Nothing there. Just making sure that we ain't getting left behind. Nope, nothing. Still the waiting room. Let's go ahead and try to make another map. No. I don't even think they have like a content creator program, Bats. I'd love to be in it, but yeah, I don't think they do have anything like that. Can you do it without the jewels you have on? Are you saying the speed build? Or what build are you referring to? I mean, it's not a bad map. Just on it though. This map kind of sucks. Yes, speed build, the 140% speed. Yeah, you can get it started. It's just you're gonna be losing a decent amount of speed if you don't have like the heroic tragedy timeless jewel, because this allows our intelligence to basically act as increased evasion rating. And since we're running Queen of the Forest, that's more move speed. But you could drop this node and then drop the stuff going into it. And then potentially pick up more like evasion rating, like Beastal Skin, potentially going into like another evasion node, there, etc. And then get more move speed that way. And it would still work just as fine. But yeah, you would not be as fast. Pinnacle boss stuff. I can soon. We're almost at 300. I mean, how much is it to buy the rest of the splinters? So 100s for 109. We need what, like 80 splinters? 160? What the bench? Why would I spend 160 for 80 when I can spend... What is it? Yeah, 100 for 109. What? Sure, I guess. Think that. Such a weird thing. Okay. Funny enough, From Software is making a Soulborn exclusive game for Nintendo Switch 2. I have not seen the trailer. That's interesting that they would do that. I didn't think they were exclusive to a certain company. Hopefully that doesn't mean omens for the future of like, Elden Ring and other Souls-like games or RumSoft games. Because that definitely would suck if all of them are going to be exclusive to Nintendo going forward, or some of their games will be exclusive going forward. That's like one of the big downsides, I feel like. Is like, I don't want to get a Nintendo. I don't want to spend another $400 or $500, just so I can play the game. Bum, 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 bum. So when the patch notes drop, we'll probably honestly, I don't know if we'll read over every single change. We'll probably read over the most important ones, and we'll probably honestly just try to look for the skill stuff the fastest. So this way we can get relevant info on like what's going to be affecting us, so we can put the builds out, right? Because if they are going to be super long, obviously I don't want to spend 2-3 hours reading through patch notes. But we'll see, obviously, how long they actually are once they come out. Bum, bum, bum. PlayStation's about to buy its parent company. Oh, interesting, interesting. Wonder how that'll work going forward then. Hey, look, it's Quiet this time. There's your pinnacle boss there, Joe. Do we have any essences actually to craft this? Not really, huh? Physical modifier, sure, hit these. This one's the best one. Defense, fire mod, life, attribute. I would have hit him with this. I mean, that's a good evasion roll. Dex sucks, sadly. Alright, so we have a 1 in 3 chance of actually rolling the dex off. That is unfortunate. I mean, still very good. That's what, T7, T8 res rolls with the T7 attribute roll. It's not bad. We might just hope that we can roll something good on it. Lightning damage, wish it could have been higher. I mean, I don't think this is a bad ring per se. I mean, just to get those rolls is like 13. That's without. What about if we throw the lightning on there? I'll throw this up for 5. I'm gonna lowball because I just want to see exactly if people actually are looking at rings. Those for 5 divs, and we'll see what happens. These other two suck. No point even like rolling them. So if PlayStation buys it, definitely the first business is Bloodborne 2 and remake of 1. Ah. Okay, okay. I'm getting sneaky with it. I see, I see. I'm just checking to make sure that nothing happened. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, still nothing. Alright, do come out. This corrupted. This one isn't corrupted. Maybe it'll be the secret sauce. The secret sauce. Oh, already it kind of sucks. And it did not redeem itself. They might copyright claim the Bloodborne PC version that's been made for PC with SiahZ. That'd be stupid if they did, I'll be honest with you. Oh my god, this one's kind of juiced. Unfortunate. This one's not bad. This one's not bad. It doesn't have rarity on it, huh? Nah, this one is. Element threshold. That's just so annoying, bro. All right. Any good maps over here we haven't done? Decay is not bad. We can do decay. Bum, 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 bum. They did. You can't find it anywhere else anymore. Attraction. And because they're planning on buying the parent company. Ah, or the buying. Yeah, the parents. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense, but yeah, that's just stupid, man. I hate when games like do anything sort of like that. Like you're literally pulling players and like eyes off your game. Like that mod was doing literally nothing but putting more people on to play the game, you feel me? So it's like, why would you want to punish that? I don't know. Hey, they can do them, you know? Yo, what's up, Rodrigo? What's up, man? How you doing today, brother? Interesting. Okay. Well, that obviously is not the right stream elements. At least I think it's not the right stream elements. Most definitely not. Yeah, not too sure. Bam.
Huntress shot.
Oh shoot, this is the boss. Oh no. We got trolled. Yeah, we don't have our crit up, so we're not going to be critting as much. Maybe I can hurry up and throw it on. So we can crit. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize we're going into a boss fight. What happens when you don't got your stuff up to actually deal crits to kill the boss quickly? You know? So servers are still undergoing maintenance, huh? I'm so disappointed that for now we won't be seeing solo leveling. Maybe for a while because the production team said solo leveling 2 is the end of it now. Yeah. Give it a few months to a year, they'll be back to creating it, watch. Release the patch notes! We want the patch notes.
Fury.
Okay, I need to look into this after this. We're gonna have to go up. Okay. Come on, Breachy Breach, where are you at? Oh, Breachy Breach. Dun, 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 dun. So for at least our builds, what would you guys want to see first released? A spear Huntress or a bow Huntress released first? Or some other build? Let me know. Hey, I do. Nice. Amazon Hunter is better, I think, not the Witch Hunter. Yeah, true, true. But what I was kind of more replying to is I think I'm gonna do definitely Spear Amazon and or Bow Amazon, right? For like these starts, both the same ascendancy. I was just wondering if we should try to theorycraft a spear one and then release it, then a bow, or if we should do bow first. I mean, it's pretty much going to be the same, I feel like, tree-wise. We just need to figure out the frenzy charge generation if we're doing frenzy or power charges. Because the tree almost is the same, slight changes, obviously, depending on if they don't change anything to the tree. Or add more spear nodes, and then pretty much it. This side. Ah. Times at 3. Maybe they'll release patch notes. I don't know. Okay, but anything else? Okay. So okay, this last ring, get into the map. You don't know either? Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. I mean, hopefully they release it soon. Where the heck's this last ring at? Oh, there he is. He's up in a corner. Up in a corner. There we go. Let's go back. It's not even a bad thing. Let's get rid of that. See if these can fit in here. If not, we're getting in the way. There we go. Now we can see if it rolls anything juice. Just throw these here. Juice the maps. Ammo threshold, disgusting. I don't think this sells for anything. We just drop down in that. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Let's see if there's anything new in terms of. This is 3 o'clock. Nothing there. Anything on their Twitter? Nothing on their Twitter. Nothing on Discord. So, okay. Nothing there. So yeah, nothing exactly up. What we could do, I guess, why not, right? Is we could create the leveling trees. So might as well do that. So I don't know why this isn't like. All right, might as well create the leveling trees. So we're gonna go ahead down here and no, we actually need to do, hold on. Let me do this really quickly. So this way you guys can actually see the full thing and it's better. I'm gonna flip both of this around for now. Put you over here. And then go back here. Path of building, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna go and create another tree. I'm gonna call this one what? We'll do like a level what? Level what? Should we do 30 tree first? Level 30 tree? Level 30 ranger. So what do we want to do to start going off? This would be level 30 for the bow Amazon Huntress. Probably what we would do going into it is just try to go for damage nodes off the rip, since we're going to be going through campaign, damage and speed potentially, just so this way, you know, we have that option to go through quickly. So with that being said, you know what we should do to make it better? Hold on, let me do this real quick for you guys. There we go. That'll be better. I don't know why it's not full. I'll have to fix that later. I'm not too sure why the bottom of the screen is black like that, but yeah. So obviously we'd go for the projectile damage nodes, I feel like. Or would you think you would go for, honestly, while leveling, maybe drop projectile damage and just go for move speed into blur, and then we can just come down and grab like all of this. I mean, this is just so much increased damage. I feel like it's just kind of not like a no-brainer not to go into. From there, what's this what already? Level 12. Definitely the increased evasion rating going down into this 3. Because I don't think we would go down into, obviously, this. This is really no point. We're going into this for like thunderstruck and stuff, no point. I mean, that isn't bad. But I feel like I would just start rather using the points to go down. Well, I mean, it's already confirmed that Huntress is going to start at the same point and share the same tree. I just don't know if they're going to be adding new nodes to the tree for Spear or Huntress yet. Is POE 2 going in the right direction, or people will go back to POE 1? I think POE 2 is going in the right direction, yeah. I think that it's going to be really enjoyable. I mean, the updates they're doing are already good. They're already bringing in, you know, like, the classes are looking really cool, especially the new Huntress. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with like Templar and Shadow and stuff like that. I mean, we obviously are missing a lot of gems, a lot of league mechanics, pinnacle bosses, etc. But I mean, I think the direction that the game's already going in, a lot of people are happy with. I think they just need to be more concise and upfront and open with the communication a little bit more. Hold on. Doesn't, let me see something. There's Witch. And then Sword. I mean, yeah, potentially. But I think it's still like the same concept can still apply to an extent, right? So I still think it's fine to do this. And then we could just come back. Because I don't think like these nodes would be changing. Right? I mean, these are projectile and attacks, like projectile speed, projectile damage, I mean, accuracy. So I feel like these would just stay the same. I think it's a safe bet to go into these. But yeah, I'm just gonna kind of do it same way, right? And then obviously if anything is changing, we can come back to that. Is the end game good now? Because I didn't play much finishing the campaign. So the end game is still the same as it was basically when it launched. There hasn't been like drastic changes to it. You still gotta get to the end game. You have the mapping system. You go and find the maps. You throw the wastelands in to do them. Then you have the towers to juice those maps to throw certain like league mechanics on it. And then you can do like quantity, rarity, and other stuff on the tablets on top of the mechanics once you do juice your maps. You'll do that. And then you obviously have the pinnacle bosses and you know, stuff like that to do with each league content. And that's pretty much the like end game loot. Obviously they're adding more, like we're getting a new league mechanic in, which is like the wisps, you know, that we're getting reliquary stuff. We're getting, you know, like more changes, more bosses and stuff like that. So over time it'll be more, but I think there definitely needs to be more changes to the end game. But I think obviously they're trying to just take their time with it, bug fix, balance, you know, and other stuff while adding content. So I think they're fine. Alright, so I would assume a majority of the stuff is going to stay the same. This might get changed around. But I still think our initial thing of like I said, this is what? This is level 15, so we want to do level 30 tree. We did go into this. What does this put us at? Level 21. I guess we can do that for like a level 21 tree. Level 20 tree on this one. So manage trees. Let's go to this. Let's go to that. Let's rename. Level 20. Level 20 tree there. Bang. And then we'll copy those over to like a level, what? Should we do like 40 tree? Let's go to level 40 tree. For me, it'd probably be coming down and grabbing like Maiming Strike. Definitely acceleration for that skill speed. I feel like that's just like a no-brainer. And then what's this at what? Level 28? Maybe come into this as well, just for now. Obviously, if we're doing spears, we would come down here and just take the spear cluster. But since we're doing bows, I don't even know if it's worth really going into that at the current state. They could have reworked the whole tree. I mean, like I said, we'll just have to wait and see. It's just right now, obviously, it's kind of hard to do that with a no patch notes. You know, everybody's patch notes. Come on, release it, please. If we want to go anywhere else, we could potentially go down in here. This would be what? Like 28% more attack damage, or increased attack damage, like almost 30% more. Because I don't think you would get on the crit yet. Maybe just start coming up low-key and trying to get into here. So what does that do if we do that? That's level 40. Maybe If you're doing bow, it depends, I guess, what you're doing, right? Like how you're leveling with the bow. Because there's obviously different ways of doing it. But for me, it'd probably be what? What do you guys think is a really good like bow leveling skill? Bum, bum, bum. I'm probably just gonna stick with lightning. I feel like for leveling. Maybe we'll go up into here, just increase damage like that with the shock and stuff. Probably be good to go into. Yeah, master fletching as well, low key. Forgot about master fletching with the bow. That's 43. We'd probably honestly just keep it like this for now. It's fine. 43, 40. I mean, it's basically the same thing. Then we can go ahead and create a what, like level like 60 tree. Copy that. We'll do level 60. Make sure we're on the level 60 tree. I mean, maybe piercing would be good just for leveling. I'm not too sure. Then I feel like maybe we'd work our way down. I mean, what can we get? We could potentially go for lightning rod while leveling, which might be pretty good going through campaign. What do you guys think? Lightning rod? Stormcaller Aerial plus Barrage as a single button playstyle feels chill on Ranger. Maybe same on Hunt. It could, Kron. It just depends. I mean, we have to test it, obviously, right? But yeah, I mean, we could, like I said, come down and go into lightning rod. This will put us at what, level 53. Then obviously we can go Flash Storm. Because I mean, while leveling, I feel like we're not going to be playing in a crit. We potentially could, but I feel like it'd probably be better not to, because relying on crit, I feel like while leveling is kind of a bad idea. I think I'm going to rework the starting tree. If it is the same, I feel like going projectile damage, coming down with vile wounds into this, and then just simply dropping all of this. Might be better. Honestly, dropping this too. Do we need attack speed? I mean, if we're actually stacked, we're gonna get attack speed there. I think it'll be fine. I think that's fine to get. Probably that's fine. That puts us at what, 57? I think honestly going to that still's good. We do get reduced attack speed with 40% increased projectile damage, and this is what? Yeah, I mean, it's 50% increased projectile damage. Now I'm gonna do executive decision, take that out, throw these in. It's 61. I think this is a fine. I think this is fine for leveling. We could drop this too, we don't need that. That puts us at what? 58? me see something. What if we went down into here? To there, went to there, right? Then we got rid of this bottom tree. Like that. What does that put us at? 57. I think that would be more optimal. We can grab that, and then it puts us at 60. Bang. Alright, bet. Save it. I think this is a pretty good leveling tree. I think it's pretty popular. I think a majority of people run something like this for lightning area leveling. I think really the only thing we did that's a little bit changed is literally just grabbing like accuracy and then frazzled. Because I know some people I think go into like adrenaline rush and stuff, movement speed, which might be worth. I mean, this is level 60. I don't really know what you would drop for it. You can potentially embolden the avatar, you can go for it. You could grab that, that puts us at what, 63, so we'd have to remove 3 points. I think we need that. That removes a point at least. And I think that's fine, right? Level 63. What do you guys think about the leveling tree? 63? I think it's like a good end for the tree? For leveling or what? I'm guessing W or what? Go ahead and save it. We're good there. So we have what, a level 20, level 40, and a level 60. What we're actually gonna do is gonna drop this. We need to make sure that we're doing this right. $17, $18, $19, $20. Dropping this again. Saving it. Level 35. We don't need this either. There we go. I forgot we want to swap the starting tree a little bit. I'm gonna drop that, I think, completely off the level 20 tree. Save that, and then we're gonna go to the level 40 tree, and I think we're gonna drop it as well. Right. Well, I feel like we do want to go into this. There's a lot of move speed, right? So would we want to go into it at the start, potentially? I think the level... Then we drop that, that's 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. We only need 5 points to get rid of it. Okay. That's fine. Level 21, I think it's fine. Save it. Level 40 tree. We go back into it. And then we'll just remove, how many points is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Level 41, I think it's fine again. So this way we can. I don't know why that's there. Okay. Default's fine, because that's what we kind of want on endgame a little bit, like that. And that's fine for leveling. I think it's a good leveling tree. Okay. 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 Yeah, I think it's perfect. Lucky. I think the leveling trees are good. I mean, we have up to level 60. I feel like 60, 65 is when you're done with the full campaign. So, like, I feel like you shouldn't be going past that, you know? So, I usually get down around 61, 62, I think. Maybe a little bit higher. If I'm taking my time through it. So, you should be fine. And then, obviously, you would swap into the default once you're getting there. Skill wise, again, we have to wait to see how we can potentially generate combat frenzy and stuff like that, because we know with endurance charge you could potentially go charge infusion, and that would consume us to give it as every 3 seconds. So we would also get it from combat frenzy. There might be skills also to consume it, like barrage, but at least charge infusion would do that. Potential obviously with fire storm might work as well. We'll just have to see if they're nerfed or touched in the patch notes, but I think this is good overall. Now, question is, should I make leveling skills? Can I create like a new group? I like leveling, right? I'm done. I'm gonna go to. Oh, you can, but okay. We'll do lightning round. So it's probably just like lightning arrow, right? I don't think you get anything either. That like rods. Just like that at the beginning. Then if we can, ice. Probably just something like that for clearing. Can I rename these? Hold on, sorry. Label, here we go. Bing. Not starting. Okay. At least we have that, right? Like leveling. We can manage this and rename it to like starting. Yes. Okay, so we have starting gems at least. That's what we're gonna do. Or, well, you know, we'll rename this to leveling gems. I think that's better. Leveling gems. I'm gonna hit a save on this, obviously. We don't want anything to get corrupted. Let me just take a quick look real quick to see if anything has changed. Nope, no patch notes yet. Okay, nothing new, nothing new. Okay, so from here, we would then start to layer it. Right? Is there any way? Let me see something. Can I do? I'm gonna do orb. I feel like you want orb of storms, right? While leveling, just so you can incorporate into rods for like single target clearing. Barrage as well, I feel like, and connectivity. Do we want anything else while clearing? I don't think so, right? I'm just gonna start setting up the, I guess, supports in them. Throw in chain in here. What else would we want? Maybe overburdens? And then unleash, maybe? Like that? And that, for Herald of Ice, we would obviously want to put like magnitude and stuff on it, right? Like what, modified effect, probably like maybe Ice Pen? Or would we do the other style, like long shots like an off screen? And then I would say a Nervate, but since it's kind of getting nuked, would we want to do a Nervate on it? Probably not, right? I don't know, you guys let me know. Should we do like an Nervate or should we do like Ice Pen or something, or Cold Infusion on it? These are all T1, T1, T1s. T1, this is T2, it's fine. Put it on later. Rods. Do we want to have anything on our rods? I don't know. Okay, so Curse Ground, I don't think you're gonna get it. You're gonna get NT3 gems, right? Ritual Slick Curse instead of Inspiration. Not Inspiration, but Curse Ground. What do you guys, what should we put on our lightning arrow? What do you think? For leveling. Probably what, tempo? And then what else would you guys put on it? Maybe a nervate? Something just like simple as that for now. Raws, obviously, scatter shots. Obviously, this might be getting nerfed, but I think it's for now fine. Close combat, probably. So you put them on when you get them, and then, I don't know, conk effect. Something like that for our lightning rods. And then the last thing maybe is one dancer. And you get it. Cannibalism? Yeah, probably. And then, yeah, that's probably it, right? Like, this is a good tree. I mean, good support gems in here for leveling. Just trying to think on how I want to actually do this. Is there a way I can name this? Is there a way to make notes? Notes. I mean, I think this is fine, right? Okay. This is pretty good so far. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's like easy to understand so far? We have the default tree, which I can rename really quickly. Let me do that. Just rename into like I don't know. I'll do endgame tree. Sure. Save. Done. Save it. So we have the endgame tree, which will go into after campaign. You have the level 20 tree, the level 40 tree, the level 60 tree. Then we have the endgame tree. We have the items here, skills for the default. This is what we'll be like figuring out after patch notes and stuff like that. Trying to make like at least like a level 80 build around it that people can kind of go work in towards, right? Then we obviously have the leveling gems that, you know, that are all going to be here. We have the supports there, obviously, that you would want to roll into when you get them. In notes, obviously, we have the same thing. Now for leveling, put the support gems in as you get them. Make sure you're also, you know, upgrading your gear every few levels to make sure you're doing on-level damage. Try to roll good flat damage on your gear so that this way we have good DPS while going through story. I mean, anything else you guys think we should add so far? I mean, obviously items, but that's because you can trade. I didn't even, let's get rid of that. Manage, we're gonna do another one. Leveling tree, leveling items, and then we could just maybe throw in like random items potentially. What do you guys think? Just like craft a random rare bow, rare. I mean, yeah, any bow really doesn't matter. We'll just do a composite bow, create. What do we want to look for? Like probably just like increase fizz, lightning, probably what, like attack speed. Is there damage with bows? What's the actually as actually rating? Increase light, sure. And then this last one could be accuracy as well. So add to build. I'm just gonna try to throw in stuff that like you would want to look for stat wise, and then we can throw it in the notes. Craft item, we want to go for quiver. If you're running this, I don't know which quiver you'd go for. Maybe the attack speed quiver for now. While going through a campaign. Probably the accuracy quiver, huh? 2-point quiver. Again, we'd look for like accuracy, physical damage, lightning damage, and then like attack speed, like mana friend to be killed, stuff like that. And then the helmets and stuff like that. Craft helmets. Doesn't really matter. Probably just like go for whatever, evasion base or something. You know what? I'm gonna cancel this. I'm just gonna do boots, I think, and then rings. Because every other piece you would just be upgrading, just kind of keep res cap. So we'll do rings. We'll do double rings here. Again, doesn't matter which ring you're doing. Just do ring. Looking for what? Probably like physical or lightning. Maybe like accuracy rating, and then just trying to keep reses. Lightning. And then literally we'll just two rings there, they're there, and then again boots. No matter which boots we're going for. Probably would go for just evasion running boots. And then the only thing I want to roll on these is just move speed. There you go. And then we can kind of save that there. Now we can go in the notes. What I'm gonna say here. Okay. I mean, I think we pretty much have everything set up, at least for this, and then we can just repurpose this for like spear. It shouldn't be that hard either. Mainly it's just gonna come down to like, let's rename this like endgame. Endgame gear. Rename this to leveling gear. Okay. I think we're pretty good on that front. What time is it? It's 3:45. Is there anything with a sweetie yet? Nothing. Okay. Alright, well, we got this pretty much done. I'm pretty happy with that. It's saved. So if we were to go into it, we have all this here. And we have the stuff there. We can rename this later if we need to, and then figure out the gear and stuff later. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. So, what's next on the chopping block? What do you guys want to do next? You want to go back and map a little bit, or do you want to try to still theorycraft a bit? What are you guys thinking? Bum 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 bum. Look at some. Where's penetrate at? Let's like that. Okay. Sorry about that, I was just looking at some stuff. I think we'll go run a few maps in game. Because I feel like why not, right? Where's this view? Switch it up a little bit. This way you guys have something to see. While we're still waiting for the patch notes. Again, who knows how late they're going to be coming. You know? It'd be nice to have them like right now. We're gonna get into mapping. Bum 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 bum. Give it some mapping at least. I mean, bro, how many amateur maps do we possibly have, bro? This is about running this one. We're running this one. Come on, the map. Where's the map? I'm gonna try Creek. I keep forgetting Creeks is the one map. You guys also want to swap the music up? I can throw this on potentially some other studios or playlists. All right. What the fudge? We're gonna hit the breach. We're gonna have fun. So I'm back to the other side. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Oh, there's another breach up here. Heck yeah. Stomp is really good to get multiple reaches. Such a good map. Maybe I can run down. Go, 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 go. Unfortunate. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. Oh, this map is juiced with the breach. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Thank you, game. No, game. I didn't mean to open that, man. I'm gonna try to hurry up and get around to the top side here. I can move. I'm gonna run downwards for this one. Oh, this map is juice with breaches on it. Unfortunate. This map is juiced. Dun, 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 dun. What the fudge was that? Personal tangibility, stun, resistant, evasive, temporal, bubble, periodically enrages all damage shots. Bruh. Alright, we just got one tap. No, the map. The map. Ah, sucks. I'm gonna do some patch notes. 401. Nope, nothing yet. Imagine they don't come out till tomorrow. So sad. I will be so shy in mine. The Trials of Chaos again? You're disgusting. I mean, I could. They're not that bad, I'll be honest with you. Just gotta not get cocked with the RNG chance of the bad stuff, and I'll be fine. Good. I don't know, Ben. I don't know what time they're coming out. I don't know if they're going to be released like 5, 6 p.m. Eastern, or if they're not going to be released like 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, like, you know, 10 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what their plan is. I mean, they also released that thing last night saying that, you know, that little thing that I showed earlier about like the new, you know, weapon name changes and stuff like that, and new base types coming in for spears. And for the thing, you know, they said while the team is still working on the Path of Exile 2 Dawn of Hunt patch notes, we're, you know, prepared all the item filter information, blah, 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 right? So it's like, does that mean that it's not coming technically until tonight, since they put that out 10 o'clock, so like another 5 hours? Like, I don't know. Hopefully not, because that would suck to be waiting another 6 hours or 5 hours to the patch notes. What time right now is it in New Zealand? I'm in New Zealand. It is 9:03 a.m. I mean, yeah, so if you wanted to do lunchtime, it's probably what, like 11 or 12 they take their lunch? So another 2 hours, so the factor in that, that's 4, so like 6 p.m. East. Yeah. But I don't think they would release it at lunchtime. That'd be a weird time to release it. I feel like they would release it either before or after. Yep. So anywhere, I guess, from another like 2 to 3 to 4 hours, maybe we'll get to 2 to 4 hours. I don't know. By the way, we're gonna swap up the music. Let me know. This is a copyright-free rap stream music. We'll see how it is. Let me know how you guys like this. Gonna be 4 or 5 a.m. here then? Yeah, unfortunate. Let me know how you guys like the music. I was listening to this last night and it's not bad. It's a nice swap up to what we're normally listening to. I'm gonna hit all these because some of them turned into T15s. Horrible. Good. Alright, we can do some Trials of Chaos, why not? We'll try it again. Like I said, the build is not made for Trials of Chaos, obviously, but you know, we'll try it, why not? Why not go here? We gotta do it the other way. But back to what you were saying, Ben, is like, yeah, if it takes another 2-3 hours to come out, I don't know exactly how much longer I'm going to be on for. Like, I was planning on streaming until about 5-6 p.m. Eastern my time, which is another hour to 2 hours. It's just because once the patch notes comes out, like, I'm done to read them, but after that, you know, I want to start creating the videos, which, you know, are going to take me thumbnail and then editing and stuff, so I don't think you guys would, you know, want to see me do that, because it might take me an hour, hour and a half to do all that, you feel me? After we get the stuff set up. But like, obviously we can repatch notes, get the stuff set up, and then do it. But if the patch notes don't come out for another 2 to 3 hours, kind of sucks. So you like Amazon over 0.1 Deadeye? Are you predicting Deadeye nerfs? Deadeye is definitely probably going to get nerfed in some way or touched. They said in the we'll do this. Actually, but collapses. They said in the like Q&A interview with Ziggy D that they are looking and touching every ascendancy in some way, changing, buffing, adding nodes, something like anything along those lines. That's what they're doing pretty much every ascendancy in the game. So I have no clue if it's going to be nerfs, if it's going to be buffs, if we're going to get nodes added or changed. You know, we'll just have to wait and see. But just looking at Amazon, it already looks like a better kind of bow ascendancy, right? You get base crit damage, which is huge. You know, we get a way to basically clear with infusions, which is really nice, you know, quality of life. We get move speed if we want to. There is also the flat added physical damage. Well, it's not flat, it's just physical damage added, so like rolling it on a ring. That's like 150, 160 physical damage there, which isn't insane, but it's still, you know, overall damage. And that, obviously, if we didn't want to even roll into that, we get the other one where we can expose weaknesses and get to 50% more damage on those weaknesses. So it's like, it just seems really, really good overall. So comparing it to Ranger, Ranger gets what? Point blank. Tailwind, which is probably the best. And that's pretty much it. So I think definitely Amazon is going to be just as good, if not better, than Ranger at the current state without the nerfs. Yep. And the cool thing about Amazon, since you get that base crit chance and stuff, you can roll bows like Death's Heart, where it has, you know, just no crit chance on it, so that covers that. And then obviously, you know, you can get rolled 70% to crit damage, which is base, which is huge. That's without getting corrupted. You can corrupt it, I think, to like 85 to 90% if you get good rolls on the corrupted on that. Or obviously through rune sockets to throw 3 more soul cores in for that. Like, it's It's very strong. Like, very strong overall for crit builds. And they already stated that crit builds aren't really being touched in this patch. Maybe 0.3 they will, but for now they aren't. Like, so they still should be just as powerful, or maybe even more powerful than ever before with all the nerfs coming in. So it's like, we should be eating. We should be eating. I don't have, obviously, like I said, League Star Guide out for like a Bow Amazon, probably like a Ranger as well, and other stuff. Maybe like probably like a Spear Amazon, maybe a Hex Blast Lich, maybe Shatter Concoction. Probably going to Control F, Queen of the Forest on patch notes first thing. That'll be the start of my decision tree. Yeah, we'll see what happens. See if they touch Queen of the Forest. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Patch notes when? Right? Like, when is these patch notes, bruh? I need them. There we go. Done with that. Crown, what's up, brother? How you doing today, man? My mic's muted. I don't know if I said what's up, but what's up, Crown? Let me just make sure they didn't shadow drop it like 5 minutes after I look for patch notes. Yeah, nothing yet. Well, Huntress really sounds interesting. Yes, very, very broken because of the base crit that you can get off accuracy stacking, which opens up other unique bows like Death's Heart with the absurd amount of crit damage you get to the base with the bow, since we can roll crit chance on it. And about other unique bows that we don't even really know about in the game yet. You know? I hope you wish well. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it looks very, very, very good. So I'm definitely either rolling Spear Huntress or Bow Huntress. We'll probably honestly do Spear just because of the new skills. But I think our fallback's definitely Bow Huntress if that falls through. I'll probably, like I said, do Spear Crown just because of new skills and stuff, right? And I think we can make some cool builds with it. But I mean, I think Bow Huntress is going to be very, very strong. 300% crit chance. It's not bad. I'm just honestly waiting for patch notes. I already have kind of a leveling tree set up for Bow Huntress. Obviously, I don't know if the tree is going to get changed at all, like Witch and Sork does, where some of the nodes, you know, swap to different bonuses and stuff. But I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Hopefully in the patch they tell us. because I mean, obviously we only have what, 2 days until launch, so it's obviously kind of hard to wait for like Path of Building or something like that to get updated with all the new stuff. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, but Lightning Spear looks good. Yeah, Lightning Spear looks interesting. That's why I said I think we'll probably start with Spear Amazon Huntress and run like Storm Spear, maybe some other stuff like that, and just kind of see how it feels. I mean, dude, all these suck. Vulnerable Shade sucks. Pending Doom sucks. I mean, escalating damage, I guess, right? I mean, like I said, a lot of the spear skills we don't really know info on, so it's just kind of hard to say if it's good or bad. I was leaning towards Ranger because I'm already comfortable with that build. Just was waiting for patch notes, and the Bow Huntress was really getting my attention the way you just made it sound low. Yeah, trust. So I took our 170 million lightning arrow build that we put out, right? I took off the ascendancy nodes. This way we could get fair, accurate, like representation of just throwing on, you know, just like a Huntress, right? Since we don't have like an POE. And we were doing, I think, like 2.3 million damage. I took it off. I threw on the Huntress Ascendancy with the, you know, increased crit chance on the Death's Heart. That's without like anything else, just the crit chance off the accuracy stacking. And we were getting a million more damage. We were at like 3.3, 3.4 compared to like 2.3, 2.4. So it's kind of cracked if you think about that, right? That's without getting like the Death's Heart corrupted with more implicit. That's without running like exposed weakness, 50% more damage, without getting like maybe the flat added, or not flat, but the physical damage added on, like, you know, running the other action stack on the tree. I mean, you know, like it seems pretty cracked. It seems pretty cracked. Then obviously we were gonna get the infusions too, which are going to help with clearing, with like AoE, with the Herald nerfs. That should help really, really well on top of that. And then it might also be really insane for damage scaling as well. Like, a lot of stuff is looking juice. We'll hit this so we can get over there. Don't you dare hit me, you... First off, that's rude. Out of here. Do you have any info on when new classes essentially are added to POE? Not really. I think it kind of just determines obviously how quick they can get the info added into the you know, Path of Building once it's released. I don't think they have any like connections or, you know, like work in conjunction with GGG or anything on that. So I would assume hopefully within a day or so, hopefully before, you know, launch, we'll get it. But I mean, it's hard to say at the current state of the game, you know. Is the update live yet, Bance? It is not. I don't know when patch notes are coming. The physical, like, content update doesn't go live until the 4th. If they truly touched every skill, we also probably don't know those skills as well as we think. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll look at the patch notes when it comes out. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Let me just hit this, please, where this thing spawns. There we go. Are you going to have a build set for it on start date? Yeah. After the patch notes go live, we're going to read it on stream. We're going to look at stuff. We're going to go in and try to put those changes into Path of Building and try to simulate. And then I want to start releasing a crap ton of League Star guides, like one for the Bow Amazon, Spear, Huntress, potentially a Hex Blast, like mana stacking Archmage Lich build. we'll look into doing like a ranger one, right, for our Deadeye Ranger that we've been doing. Maybe a Shatter Concoction Pathfinder, you know. So I want to have a good amount of League Star builds out before the new content goes live. Pyramid Beams, Volatile Fiends, Rhymed, or Heart Tethers. Probably Volatile, we just gotta move. There's probably not even a single person GGG that knows all the 0.2 patch notes until they are done, so the POB guys have no shot. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, they'll probably honestly wait till patch notes and then just try to feed all the data and information into the game, or into the app. But obviously, like I said, that might take a day or two for them to throw all that in there. I don't exactly know how quick they can. Where's this guy? Did he go downwards? He might have went down. He went down, unfortunate. But yeah, it might take a day or two to get that in. I don't know. I don't know how quick they can work. I'll definitely be tuning in after the patch notes drop. I gotta see how you put this together. You know, I always say your builds are amazing. Hey man, I'm glad you're enjoying them, dude. And I do try to put in a lot of effort into them. So I'm glad that is coming across. Let me see if anything has been updated for patch note drops. Nothing. Anything on their forms? Nothing. Yeah, nothing in Discord, Twitter, or on their official forums. So just chilling still. What do I want to go? Monsters Grand No Flask for Charm Charges on Death. God, I'm slowed. We're good. So I mean, yeah, I'm hoping they release patch notes soon, so this way we can look at them on stream and stuff and do some like theory crafting, because obviously if they don't release, just say for another 3 to 4 hours, then I might not even be streaming then, because I haven't ate anything today. On top of that, you know, another 3-4 hours from now it's like 7-8 o'clock my time, so it's like, you know, kind of need to get some stuff done. The plan was hopefully them be out by like 5 p.m. We could look at them for like an hour and a half, get some stuff built, and then I could end stream and go straight into like video editing and try to get a video out tonight for like a league start. But obviously no clue if that is going to happen or not. Just depends on when the patch notes drop. I don't know which one's the worst to go with. I don't know, Stalking Shade maybe? I don't know. I just don't know if this appears in the actual like big boss room. How many shades are in this? Love your build. I have a question. Go ahead. Yeah, shoot. I'm down to answer if I can. Well, if I know the answer to it, I'm done. You know. But yeah, I'm always down to help. Thanks for the kind words, man. Get out of there. I followed your YouTube video exactly. Can you maybe discuss the keyboard controls, or how do you make the build function? Are you talking about like rotation for bossing, or what are you exactly talking about? Because the keyboard functions, I just use WASD controls, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I have all the other controls basically set to standard or default. The only thing I changed is obviously mouse button 4 and 5 on the middle mouse button click, and then on E, I think, or whatever this skill is binded to mouse button 5, just so I could have, you know, my mouse. But I mean, beyond that, it's pretty much it. The only thing you do while mobbing is I just tap fire. So instead of holding the skill in, you'll get a movement speed penalty. You just tap fire it while running, and that basically negates the movement speed penalty with lightning arrow. And then if you're looking for like a boss rotation, then just do exclamation point rotation in chat, and I have like a little video there explaining exactly what you do in the bossing area of the build. But yeah, mapping is literally just lightning arrow running around. Alright, so we're gonna try this guy again. Like I said, we don't need to do anything different. I don't think we don't even need to Bone Storm set up against him. Just literally gonna throw the stuff down. Like, here we go. Simple, simple. Give me an adorned. Give me an adorned. It's disgusting. Is that what you wanted, Ben? Is that what you wanted, Ben? But yeah, for mapping is literally just lightning arrow, and then just tap firing it to get around that movement speed penalty. And that's literally it. And like I said, I just use WASD controls. You happy, Ben? Is that what you wanted, man? Go back to our hideout. This doesn't stop for anything, right? Is there a time on your Discord that you can look at builds and see if any advice? I don't have a specific time. I mean, you could DM me like you know, like your gear or your specific questions, and I kind of like look then. I can't guarantee a time when I'll look at it though, since, you know, we're getting up to league start and it's going to be really hectic with me trying to put videos and builds out, and then, you know, looking at stuff and trying to prep for launch, for a new update, I mean, release. But yeah. Yeah, but if you do exclamation point Discord, just join that, and then you could either put it in the build help, or like screenshots of your build and passive tree, or you can just DM me directly that, and then just put your question there, and I can look at it when I can. All right, let's see. Anything out yet? Anything? Nothing yet. So my prediction is like 5:30 p.m. So in the next like 30 minutes to an hour is when I'm thinking they'll release the patch notes. But again, I have no clue. They could release it at 10 o'clock tonight. I don't know. You know, there seems to be no pattern. Okay. Sorry about that. I was just looking at something. How do you think stocking Panther is going to be? To be honest, I'm not familiar with stocking Panther. What is that? Is that a new unique or something coming into the game? Or are you talking about like an Ascendancy node? Oh, it's an Amazon Ascendancy node. Hold on. Evasion rating from equipped helmet, gloves, and boots are doubled. Evasion rating from body armor is halved. Could be very good for evasion stacking builds for sure. I mean, you're getting obviously your body armor halved, but I mean everything else is getting doubled. So at that point, you're just going to get more overall. So yeah, I mean I think it's very good if you're trying to acrobatics, go into acrobatics and stuff like that. Yeah, of course, man. Martin, I'm glad I can answer your questions and try to help you out, dude. You leaning into the evasion node? If so, what chest you think would work for Huntress? If you're gonna be going full evasion for Huntress, just I think like high evasion body armor. I don't really think it matters to that extent, right? Of like, of what you would want to roll. It's not like a specific body piece is going to be the best. It's just whatever the best you can get at that time is on the trade market or what you can craft with. But I mean, if your evasion is going to be half, what you could potentially end up doing is just rolling into a energy shield base as well. Energy shield base chest piece. That might work as well. And just try to roll high ES just to have another like layer potentially. But I don't know, we'll see. I haven't really looked into it too much. Queen of the Forest or Big Ass Chase both work well for stocking Panther. Yeah, for sure, Chris. Okay, so do we just corrupt this? I've actually never done this helmet. Can be modified with corrupted. So do we want to corrupt this or what? With the Bell Huntress build, do you see it being more effective early or end game? I would say more towards like mid to end game, just because you don't really see come online fully until you get a good amount of accuracy to take full effect of that crit chance. You know, like 25% of excess hit is crit chance and stuff like that nodes. And obviously, early game while leveling, you're not going to have a bunch of accuracy. So, but I mean, early game with any build is the same thing, right? Like early game Ranger running through, right? With like leveling, you don't see it. It doesn't come online until like mid to end game. Like, the only thing maybe that is really good, like early game, like while leveling, is maybe like Witch minion style. But yeah, I guess I'll just corrupt this. I don't really. Okay. Disgusting. Any of these sell for anything? 52. We can run it again. I mean, that was kind of fun. Okay, it swaps it up a little bit, right? What do we need? The fates. The fates. Cowardly Fate, and then Victorious. Victorious. We're gonna change that up. Cowardly, deadly, and victorious. We're good. Alright, let's get in there. Leah, what's up, man? Or well, Lee, I think is what it is, right? Not Leah. Sorry. Sorry. What's up, bro? Lovely. How you doing today? Come on, patch notes, release! It's about time, man. Why don't GGG just like send them to me, and then like I can just release them, you know? I'll look over them obviously, and then I'll just release them, you know? They can trust me. I won't totally make videos first and then release it. That's it. You know what GGG should have done yesterday, which would have been hilarious, is if they would have like put an announcement out, since yesterday was April Fool's, and been like, hey guys, sorry, due to technical like issues found in the latest like whatever testing of 0.2, we have to delay it to April 17th, which is the date that Last Epoch's gonna come out. That'd be actually hilarious, bro. Let's go with this. Paper passions, that'd be hilarious, bro. Yeah, right. That'd be hilarious if they did that starting out the game for yesterday. It's like you click play and it's like, you know, to access the full game or whatever, please, you know, like pay, you know, $19.99 or something like that. What is the okay. I wanted to change the music a little bit. I don't know what this song is, but yeah, hopefully in the next 30 minutes we get it. But I don't know if they're releasing 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, no clue. They used to do markup chain generated nonsense patch notes for POE 1. Would have been a fun time to revisit April 4th. Yeah, I remember them doing a bunch of April Fool stuff back in the day, but I mean, I think they would have done it this time, but I just kind of feel like internally they've just been really busy and swamped. So they probably honestly just didn't have time to do something like that. Crazy. So when you're running around, you just fire lightning arrow like 9% of the time? Yeah, I mean, it's literally all I do is literally just kind of like dodge attacks and then just shoot my lightning arrow and stuff dies and explodes, since we have our Herald of Lightning and our Herald of Ice chaining. And that's literally all you do for clearing, nothing else. One button playstyle for clearing. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I forgot about the blood goblets. We're good though. We ate that like a champ. Oh, what hit me? Was it the fire turrets? I'm using dual string bow. Would that not do the same thing your build does? Close to the same attributes. I'm level 75. It should. Dual string, I mean, is going to be better for clearing. It does have lower base damage on physical damage rolling, like on the actual base type bow. But I mean, it shouldn't be enough of a difference to where your like build is dog. You know, so you should be fine. Minnie, what's up, Minnie? How you doing today? Oh, this turret's hurt, bro. Hello? Bro, what do we do here? We like let it come down and come back? Okay, interesting. There we go. Hey bro, can't sleep tonight. It's almost 4 AM here and I have finals at 10. Send help. Unfortunate, dude. Here, you know what I do to fall asleep? Just think about, bro, once you sleep and wake up, the patch hits will be out, bro. Just go to bed. No. And that might be not bad, but it's only 4 out of 10. No. I'll do this one. Those your finals are before the patch. True, honestly, you get to play this weekend. That's honestly an upside, yeah.
Impressive. Normally, challengers don't survive those.
I hear divine drops when I go to bed. Am I addicted? Yeah, maybe. Might want to get that checked out. My fizz is 83 to 155. Is that high enough? It depends. I would need to see your bow. I mean, if you want, you can link it to me in game. Marin, if you want to go ahead and just like whisper my character, it's Hollows, HOLLOWS. If you want to go ahead and whisper me and just link me your crossbow, or not crossbow, your bow that you're running, I mean, I can tell you exactly if your bow's good or not. Defeat all monsters, easy. But you're not done yet, bro? There you go. There you go. But that's not what I want to do. Heck yeah. W Utah. I got you, man. Guard is OP. Facts. Helps out so much. Come on, patch notes. Imagine it's released right now and I don't even know. Let me go check. I'm getting paranoid now. Listen, if it comes out before I notice, I need you guys to spam me in chat. Just spam me like, it's out. Look. Enemy monsters are protected by energy shield. I mean, doesn't really worry me too much. Shouldn't be that much energy shield. Unless it means their full HP bar is going to be energy shield. Like converted into it on top of their HP is kind of cracked, but I think we're fine. I told ZD the guard interaction with resolve in second one was a bug. Really? That sucks. Shoot, I don't think I did it right up here. I think this was supposed to deliver. Patch notes drop, bro. What are you doing? See, my heart drops for a second, and I want to look, and I'm gonna look, even though I know it's a troll. And this is why I regret my decisions now. Yeah, I don't say anything. That was very rude of you. That was very rude of you. I trusted you. Wait, I thought it, alright, I gotta leave it like that. I'm stupid. Oh god. Urgh! We're good. Yeah, right? You know me better than that, come on. Listen, man. I'm so hyped and I want to get on there the fastest I can so I'm not wasting time. That at this point, I'll believe anyone. Come on, patch notes. Let's manifest the patch notes. Everybody send your spirit energy. I don't really want to do this one again. Sonic Shade is bad. I think just a bigger rune's not that bad. Oh, come on down. There you go. Bum, 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 bum.
Understandable if you're a little tired. But the
I think we gotta go
continues.
volatile fiends.
Speak their final piece.
This is a actually it's corruption. It's not that bad. Gotta be a little bit more active.
Thunderous shot.
Which is gonna be interesting.
No mana.
Dun, 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 dun.
I need more mana.
Dun, 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 dun. 15 seconds. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. This music's also insane, but I can't change it. Ah, we're almost there. Let's get it. I can change it. Boom, boom. All right, last room, then boss again.
A challenger.
Boss is able to damage, take less damage. Monster cannot be slowed or stunned. It's fine. What is this? Oh my, it's a transport. Disgusting. I swear sometimes you can't even hit these dudes. Pop, 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 pop. Ah, so many, bro, like AoEs, it's insane. How are you playing Huntress? It's coming out in 0.4. I'm not playing currently on Huntress. I'm playing Ranger right now. The reason why Huntress is in the title is because we were theorycrafting a build Huntress earlier. We have a leveling tree, and we were just doing some stuff in the path of building with that. So we can put out a League Starter video for that once patch notes release.
Fury. Out of mana.
I'm gonna go clear everything real quick. There's no more enemies. All right. Yeah, no problem, Peter. Is that a reason? What do you mean, Ben?
This is starting to get fun. Lightning strikes at your heart.
Okay. Interesting, Ben.
Don't stare for too long, child.
Chew, 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 chew. Put Huntress in the title. It's not a reason. The reason is clickbait. No, that's not it. There's nothing clickbait about it. But yeah, if you're not trolling, explain to me what's clickbait, Buster. But I don't know, your nose is growing, so you might be trolling. Do you think there is a world Crossbows is Giga buffed in the patch notes and you pivot towards an Expo Huntress build? Maybe, but I don't know if crossbows are going to be buffed. I could see them being buffed, but not Giga buffed. But I guess it depends on how bad bows are nerfed, you know, or vice versa. So, see. I might. Patch coming out the 4th. We should have patch notes hopefully within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So I guess we'll just see. I'll check real quick to see if they're out. Yeah, no patch notes at all yet. Nothing. So maybe the next like 5-10 minutes we'll see patch notes. Either that or it might be another hour or two. I don't know. Maybe they just forgot, maybe. You can try the Smith of Kataba with a spear and regular shield, maybe go lightning prog. Interesting, that could be fun.
Let me preach to these niggas real quick. Love coast shit. Right? Look.
Ate it. Sorry about that. Oh, come on, adorned. Come on, chat, say it with me. Adorned. You didn't say it with me, chat. That's why we didn't get it. Somebody in there said the tribal mask, and that's what we got. Alright, we're gonna try again with this, huh? Oh, this one's horrible. So, what do we just corrupt it and hope that it doesn't corrupt? I don't know how this works. Oh, it like re-rolls it each time or something? Wait, cannot be changed. Oh, unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know how that stupid thing works. Where's our, there's our things. Let me just do that and that and then all right, what time is it? It's about to be 5. Do we think patch notes are coming out? Maybe patch notes are releasing. It might be running again, Ben. It depends if the things are out or not. All right. Nothing yet for patch notes. Nothing on their Twitter. Nothing. Now, anything out on Discord? Nothing on Discord. Come on, man! Release the patch notes! How do we not have them yet? This is slander. We're gonna wait until 5 at like 2. You gonna wait a few more minutes? If it's not out, by like 5:05, I guess we'll just go back to running more content. I wish they would like just let us know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like give us a little update, little thing like, hey, patches are coming, you know, soon today. Let us know they're still coming, you know? Nothing. Servers are still undergoing maintenance. Have been there for about 7 hours now. What maintenance they're undergoing, who knows? They're undergoing massive reconstruction surgery. To be honest, it sounds like they're not ready with 0.2. I mean, it doesn't. I will be honest with you. The fact that they put out and said, where was it? This? While the team is still working on 0.2 Dawn of the Hunt patch notes, we prepared all the item filter information. Like, this was yesterday, 11 o'clock for me, Eastern Standard Time. And right now, obviously, it's 5:01 Eastern Standard Time. But, I don't know. It's interesting because it's like, bro, you have 2 days until the release of 0.2. And you don't have the patch notes ready yet? Like, you know what I'm saying? If they don't come out today, that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems crazy. Like, if we don't get them today, I don't even know, dude. I don't know. For a second, I thought that 18 hours at 18 minutes. I was like, wait, what? Did I miss something? Yeah, still nothing. We'll wait a few more minutes to see. You know, some copium right now. Let me go ahead and look at other people real quick. In the meantime, let me go to Reddit. Let me see something. Reddit usually always has leaked stuff. You feel me? Oh, we did get something. You guys see this? Let me see if you guys can see this. Yep. So this is a new skill, Herald of Blood. Herald of Blood. Either that or the patch notes will be like 300 pages. Don't you say that. Ellie, we're waiting for the patch notes. I don't know where they're at. Alright, so what is Herald of Blood? While active, killing an enemy with blood loss will cause a bloody explosion that deals physical attack damage to surrounding enemies based on the life of the exploded enemy. Destroying their corpse in the process, the explosion also has a chance to aggravate bleeding. 7 to 11 base physical damage on the explosion. It cannot be evaded, has a 1.8 explosion radius, deals 15% of exploded enemies blood loss, as unscalable physical damage, 43% chance to aggravate bleeding on hit. Additional quality from effects is deals 4% of exploded enemies blood loss as unscalable physical attack damage, so I guess it just gets more. Okay, so here's the thing. This sounds good, right, for bleed builds. Obviously, this is good. The downside, though, is the ailment in the game currently sucks balls. If they change it, it could be good. Bleed, I think, is decent, and it can have some really good applications, but since it scales off the hit, everybody just throws it on, like, you know, Hammer of the Gods, hardest hitting skill, something they have like that, and then that's it. You don't really build into a bleed build. Maybe it'll change with the patch notes right now, but I feel like at the current state, that's kind of how it is, and that's what they were saying yesterday, unless they change something today. So I don't exactly know if this skill is going to be good. Obviously, this doesn't really do anything with us, but it could have cool applications maybe later down the line if we explore a bleed build. But for right now, this doesn't really do anything for us. Is patch notes out? Somebody in chat's trying to... I think that they're thinking right now that they don't want patch notes to be out, and that's what's messing everything up. The vibe's all messed up right now. Someone in chat's messing the vibes up. Let me make sure. Yeah, there's nothing in the yeah, there's nothing yet. Let's go ahead and look at the thing. Let's see it. Pretty interesting, but yeah, it depends on what the changes are. If there are changes to bleed and thoughts overall, I might use it does. I like meta bleed, and especially if there's damage builds. Leads, yeah, interesting. See what other people are saying. Lizard dies on the gym level scaling amount. If it's still something like 50% unscalable pop level 20, that's atrocious. If it goes up, that's decently pretty good. It can also chain off itself somewhat, which is also a huge upside. True, true. Definitely good for bleed builds, but yeah, we'll see. Anything else here? I heard they were coming out on the 3rd. Could be wrong. I mean, it's possible. The way that they kind of said yesterday with like this right here. Like, while the team's still working in the Path of Exile 2 Dawn of Hunt patches, we prepared item fill, blah, 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 right? So, like, it's possible. That's only 18 hours ago, so unless they completed it. But in the interview that they had, what it was, like 2-3 days ago, I forget how many days, they said it would be ready today, because they said it would be, like, what, Thursday or something, New Zealand times, when they were going to, like, release it, which would be today for us. I just want a few days, man, to put builds out. Like, if it's only a day, that's going to kind of suck. I just don't know how they're not prepared yet, dude. Like 2 days before like 0.2 release and you don't have this stuff finalized yet. You feel me? Skip it. Anything more from POE's Reddit? This is a good question. See what people said. Update on Friday for the new filter blade stuff, which is good for us. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else on here, right? Had on music player, interesting. Okay, nothing really. Huntress and spear skills. Hands-on gameplay, Ziggy D. Wait, what? How does that make any sense? Okay, it's interesting. I love when they give some creators access to stuff. Like, this should not be a thing. Nobody should be getting access to this. So let's look at it at least, I guess. Unless this is just simply... No? Alright, well, let me go ahead and throw it on. We can, like, take a listen to this, at least while we're waiting for patch notes, I guess, right? Might as well look at this. I don't know. In my opinion, it just sucks because it's like small creators like me. It's like we literally are getting pushed down to the bottom of the barrel. Like, people are getting access to spear and, like, you know, showing every skill in the game. Like, bro, like, you know how insane that is for just making builds and, like, theory crafting stuff, that you can already have all info on all skills for the new spear weapon while we're waiting for patch notes. Like, that's... It's I don't know. It's whatever. It's just how the game's played, you know, how the world is. Let me go ahead and throw the game sound on here for you guys. The fudge is going on here. There we go.
Skills. Both of these are decent single target skills and cost 0 mana, so they're fine choices while leveling for some easy boss poking. The devs actually want these to be on the higher end of raw damage compared to other skills because, and this was how it was phrased to me, they don't do anything else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear Throw can actually consume a frenzy charge to create a small explosion. There's no real reason to do this, but it's a cute little addition. It's mainly because the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure evasion shields, all come...
Okay, well, did you guys just hear what he just said? So that, I mean, right there, we don't really need to worry about consuming frenzy charges when he literally said
skill can consume addition. It's mainly because the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit.
So every spear throwing skill that the Amazon is going to have, or Huntress is going to have, I should say, is going to consume a frenzy charge. So we only really have to worry about frenzy generation, and consumption is just going to be literally any projectile skill, apparently. So that at least is dedicated with the spear. So that's interesting.
So they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers,
That's pretty
which are
W, by the
new
way. I
pure
like that.
evasion shields, all come paired with the parry skill. This works the same as Raise Shield in that you hold the button down to block incoming attacks, with some key differences. Projectiles can only be blocked with parry if they're fired from within 1 meter of you. After a successful
So 1 meter, you can parry the projectile. Interesting.
parry block, the enemy's struck for a small amount of damage, they're light stunned, and they gain the parry debuff for 2 seconds. This parry debuff causes them to take 50% more attack damage for that duration, and that's from anything. It doesn't have to be a specific skill, just any attack. But the parry debuff can also be consumed by some specific skills that we'll go into later. As normal, you can parry any regular melee attack or spell, you just cannot parry slams or explosions, or the big red flashy boss abilities, basically. While parrying, you won't evade attacks, but evasion still does do something. It prevents heavy stun buildup. And on that note, and this is not specific to parry, but just globally across the board, heavy stun is now a fair bit more punishing towards players. That said, evasion scaling in the nature of how you tend to actually parry and then counterattack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it really caught me by surprise. And long term, it almost started never happening. Unlike other games with parry, there's no timing requirement here. You don't have to get some sort of perfect thing right as a certain part of the attack is happening. You just channel the parry skill, hold it as long as you want until an attack is automatically parried, as long as you're within range of it if it's a projectile, or as long as it was going to hit you if it's a melee attack. Generally speaking, you'll hold the parry skill down, the parry will occur, and then you'll counterattack with some ability to take advantage of the parry debuff. There's no real skill component here outside of just knowing what things you can parry. And since that's consistent in that it's close range projectiles or any attack that's not a slam, basically, it's a pretty easy thing for you to learn over time. My opinion on parry walking away from this was really positive. It's important, fun, and really effective. It can downright embarrass some of the bosses where you just kind of like chain parry them with follow-up attacks and they feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time.
That's
but then
insane.
at other times, there are some bosses that mostly only do slams and they have very limited things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the types of enemies you face, you'll end up changing your playstyle, and that adds to the overall dynamic feel of the Huntress. One boss you'll be parrying a lot and doing a lot of parry-based counterattacks, and other ones you'll be doing a bit more dodge rolling and hit-and-run tactics. There are a bunch of parry nodes on the passive tree too. They often come packaged or next to passive block chance, which makes
Okay, so it's confirmed that there's going to be new stuff at the tree then. We can see this is right above the Fletcher cluster, or the, you know, like, what do you call it, node. So going to be definitely changes to the tree. Whether this is only for Huntress when you like flick over to her or what, but yeah.
makes them much more appealing.
So this is what block chance, increased parried debuff duration, and the other
ones you'll be doing a bit more
one
dodge rolling and hit and run tactics. There are
cannot be critically hit while parrying. That's actually pretty
bunch
huge.
more appealing. Many of the nodes do things like parry debuff duration, which is pretty handy for kind of more grace in the follow-up attack timings. It's hard to say if something like full parry investment will be worth it, but since block is great anyway,
It's
I'm pretty
really
keen
huge.
to experiment with it in my builds. Now this video is all about skills, so how appropriate then that Boot.dev has returned to be my sponsor once again. That's right, this is the
Okay.
to X. Oh my god. Let's talk about the whirling slash, but I wanted to talk about disengage first, as it's the follow-up to parry that you get access to the earlier.
You guys can hear everything, right?
Disengage ended up
By the way.
being the skill I found myself cutting first in my different runs. It's a slashing.
All right, disengage. Jump back as you rupture the earth in front of you with spear points. Interesting. Damaging enemies. Consume the parried debuff on hitting enemies to release a shockwave and grant you frenzy charge. This skill can be used while using other skills. Interesting. And it causes strikes and projectiles to miss while you are jumping. This skill cannot be ancestrally boosted. Okay.
Backflip with a small AoE. It has a short cooldown, so you can't quite use it end to end, but you can do things like use disengage, dodge roll, move a little bit, then disengage again pretty smoothly. It flips you away from your mouse cursor or target, but you can obviously use that to flip you forwards or sideways, depending on where you aim. It seems to work similarly to dodge overall, and it can be used to animation cancel too from other attacks, could be used while using other attacks. And it also
Yeah, it
does
is pretty
avoid
huge,
damage.
AJ.
It guarantees strikes and projectiles miss you while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target that has the parry debuff as well, it causes a chunky little explosion and consumes the debuff to give you a frenzy charge. Since quite a few things want frenzy charges for powerful buffs, the early game strategy of parry, disengage, then throw an empowered spear is very good and quite fun. Both this and parry being easy to pull off make the whole thing way more fun too. It's a simple skill that does a lot for the overall feeling of mobility and that hit and run and ranged melee combination that the Huntress is going for. It really encourages it, I think. Personally, I never took disengage off my skill bar for even a second.
Sudes, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the channel.
Just like dodge roll.
If you have any questions, free to ask away, dude.
Support to lower its cooldown, which felt quite nice. And that paired with a bit of incidental parry debuff duration meant that it was really easy to, even if I first missed my first attempt at disengage to try and get that frenzy charge, I would usually be able to do a second one as a follow-up thanks to that combination. The support gem I really loved on disengage though was Shocking Leap, which I believe is a new one. It puts down some shocked ground on use. Since you use disengage...
Okay. Supported skills create shock ground for 6 seconds on leaving the ground. Shocked ground created this way has a radius of 2 meters.
On top of enemies a lot of the time, that leaves them shocked.
Okay, that is actually kind of big. That's actually kind of cracked because obviously shocked ground
to follow up
is literally any enemy that comes into contact with it is 100% shocked. So you don't even really even need to worry about running shocked. You could, in theory, go ahead and do the, you know, like power charge consumption to get crit damage and all that to do cold damage, and then just run that to actually just get shocked ground, right?
With some sort of
and still take full
effect
effective shock. That's kind of
really
correct.
Great paired with triggering explosions on whirlwinds from our next skill, Whirling Slash. So Whirling Slash is the first of the wind-themed skills. Bit of an archetype here within the Huntress. It's
We've
a
seen this
combo
before.
piece for quite a few other skills as well. Quite simply, you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each Whirling Slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages. If you leave the whirlwind area, such as just walking away or dodge rolling or indeed disengaging out of it,
roar and bite and slow the movement speed of enemies within them. If their creator crosses the edge of the whirlwind, it collapses, damaging and knocking back enemies caught inside. Try to create a whirlwind that would overlap with an existing whirlwind, instead moves the existing whirlwind and grants it a stage, making it larger and more damaging. The whirlwind that overlaps an allied elemental ground surface takes on that element, getting 30% of the damage as the corresponding type, and applying the ground surface debuffs to enemies inside the whirlwind.
It explodes, dealing more damage per stage in that larger area. Its main use early on is AoE for packs of enemies. You'll slash and slash and slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies. You'll get a feel for how much damage you need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them. But this is something you get a feel for as your gear.
That's what I was thinking, Vance. Like, it does look monk.
Outright used than spear stab in most cases, but you can build whirlwinds ahead of time for single target situations. Like, for example, when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example, you can pre-place those whirlwinds so that when you're forced to move, like a dodge roll or something, it'll detonate, dealing a bit of extra damage. Not to mention that whirlwind blinds enemies, so it's nice to just have down ahead of time. It's a pretty core skill for the early game and feels quite good, but does need a little bit of kind of practice and tips for using it. So here's some things that I noted. The slash has a forward leap if targeted ahead of you, so that you can use it as a gap closer, and that's kind of what you should do. Think of it like hit and run, using that whirling slash to advance on enemies and push them. And
can't wait to make this class that's combo based into a one-button build.
To explode or dodge roll to get out of the way and explode.
They're like, ooh, let's make a bunch of combat skills, and we're gonna let make a build that's like, you know what, let's just do one thing and just kill everything.
And you don't want to move around because sometimes you don't really want to.
Yeah, basically monk with shield, man.
You can just target right underneath yourself, and you won't actually do that little dash. Something that's really good is you can drag the whirlwind around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of. When you use disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with shocking leap support on disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that explosion, which is really fantastic. Some suggested supports include the new one, Cadence. This would work well a lot of the time, I think, here, because you're doing 3 attacks.
Supported skills have 10% more attack speed for each time they've been used recently. Supported skills are unusable for 10 seconds after being used 8 or more times. Okay, so it's like interesting. It definitely is good, but it's a huge downside. So you'd want to only use this on a skill that you want to use a few times just to build stacks or apply something on a boss potentially. And then that's like it.
Then doing something else, then another 3. So you should maintain something like a 30 to 60% attack speed buff a lot of the time, but you shouldn't ever hit that downside of attacking 8 times in 4 seconds because you're going to be mixing up the skills you're doing, typically with whirling slash and not just slashing endlessly. So you're never really going to have that cooldown effect. Kind of a neat little support gem. Alternatively, the much more simple approach of martial tempo is solid and just makes things nicer for setting up whirlwinds for twisters that we'll talk about in a moment. I found myself using bloodlust on it to scale damage if the target was bleeding, which is easily done with other skills like rake, so that's a nice damage scaling option even in non-bleed builds. And since, especially with martial tempo or cadence, it's something you're hitting with quite often, it can be used for building up rage stacks with the rage support, for example. So next up is Twister, and this is the natural pairing with whirling slash. It's simply
yeah, Vance, you talking about just running it for like skill speed and attack speed and stuff like that? Whip up a twister with a flick of your spear. The twister moves forward erratically, blinding and repeatedly hitting enemies within. If the twister touches a whirlwind from your other skills, it consumes the whirlwind to create additional twisters that deal more damage. Passing over elemental ground surfaces or consuming an elemental whirlwind will grant the twister extra damage with that element.
Sends a projectile
So
that
basically
pierces
we know
through all targets
already.
and bounces off walls until it runs out of duration. The twister is blind as well, which is a nice defensive buff to be able to apply guaranteed on enemies at a range like this. Like whirlwinds, when twisters travel over ground effects, they actually gain that element and deal 30% added elemental damage of that type. When they collide with a whirlwind from skills such as whirling slash, they consume the whirlwind to deal more damage and create more projectiles. Just note this doesn't cause the whirlwind to explode like it normally would. It consumes it to do this alternate effect with twisters specifically. So if you fire a whirlwind into a stage 3 twister, that means 180% more damage and 4 whirlwinds instead of 1. So that's pretty substantial payoff. As a baseline, twisters deal less damage than just using like basic spear throw, but you know, they pierce and they can bounce around and they can hit the target again as they bounce and come back. Pretty nice in enclosed areas, and when they're fully buffed with added elemental damage, they do tend to deal quite a bit more damage overall. They cannot shotgun with multiple projectiles though, even if it's created from the whirlwind, but more projectiles can make it more likely for extra hits after bouncing, so you can still end up getting more single target damage with extra projectile. I did test with and without scattershot, and overall I didn't really like scattershot on this, mostly preferring to use the whirlwind buff instead. Overall, the skill works really well in small arenas or in tighter spaces, and it can be really nicely combined with whirlwind for kind of encountering dangerous packs and dealing with them before you get, you know, in too much danger. It's a bit like Spark, so duration and projectile speed are both options for scaling it so that you can hit more targets, bounce off walls, and hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really, really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental...
Where are you saying that at, Vance?
Hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really, really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental ground effects around, and that includes even just the shocked ground from disengage, which naturally puts the shocked ground between you and your target, so it's kind of perfect. For other support options, there's plenty of things you can do with this, but the pursuit and retreat supports the...
Okay. Support skill is all 30% more melee damage if you have damaged an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. Support skills deal 100% less projectile damage. Interesting. Retreat, supported skills deal no melee damage. Supported skills deal 25% more projectile damage if you have damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. So this is literally just this is 100% met for the spear. Nothing really comes to mind with applications for like bow builds or any like full crossbow builds or anything like that. I just melee, obviously, just I don't know, unless you have like a secondary melee swap, but I don't think it's worth it.
The new ones felt like a great combo with this and Whirlwind, so let's talk about them. The hybrid melee ranged playstyle of the Huntress and Spears is encapsulated in a brand new pair of support gems here, which kind of naturally go together. Pursuit makes the linked melee attack deal 30% more melee damage if you damage an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. And conversely, Retreat is the opposite. 25% more projectile damage if you've damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. You get what they're going for here, it's pretty obvious. Both have an additional restriction though, preventing the linked skills from doing the other type of damage. This is likely just to prevent issues with like hybrid skills, like Monk's Falling Thunder for example, that have both a melee and projectile component. I didn't run into this at all playing on an actual Huntress. The simplest and most obvious pairing here is just Whirling Slash and Twister, right? They combo together nicely, they're melee and ranged. But that said, the 8 seconds is pretty long. And you can even activate retreat pretty easily by just using on mobility skills like Thunder Asleep or Disengage. You disengage, you hit the target, that gives you 8 seconds of uptime.
Okay, target location, emitting a large charged shockwave, 7% of physical damage compared to lightning, 1.1 seconds to total attack time, and the shockwave radius 2.5 meters. And then we obviously know what disengage is.
Your damage scaling for your projectile skill. Very nice.
And then we got Vans, guys. This is a new skill. Vans. Never heard of it before. What about you guys? Wonder what the gem info is on
Next
it.
skill on that first tier of those level 1 gems is Explosive Spear, and this is one of my favorites. It throws a low damage spear that detonates after 2.5 seconds to deal a powerful fire damage explosion. Now you
can
can
throw
only have
multiple on the
one
ground?
active spear at a
Bruh.
time, and you have to wait for it to detonate before you throw another one, otherwise you'll override it and it'll never detonate. So there's some level of self-control that you need to apply here. That said, consuming a frenzy charge causes it to detonate instantly, leaving behind burning ground. Explosive Spear's explosion, whether it's with frenzy charge or after the delay, acts as a detonator, meaning that it can detonate other skills that we'll see later on, like Stormlance or Rapid Assault's stuck spearheads. Explosive Spear overall is very satisfying and effective. The limit on active spears and the longer detonation time actually means that you weave it in between your other skills and combine it opportunistically. Whenever you find a parry opportunity, you can disengage to make a frenzy charge, Explosive Spear for that burning ground and some nice damage, and then follow up with Whirling Slash or Twisters to empower them with that added fire damage. Most
Interesting.
builds, I think, will use this for at least a while in Act 1. It's just a good leveling skill for that early portion of the game, if nothing else. But that said, it's definitely got core skill potential, and it was one of the main skills I ended up using in the elemental build that I fell into, combined with Stormlance. For supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement and Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect or Magnified Effect if you want more area of effect, for example. And you can do things with Persistence or Despoiler for burning ground duration, of course, if you're using it mostly to buff your Whirlwinds or Twisters. The gem I liked the most, though, was Overabundance, which is +1 charge and 50% less duration. The duration doesn't actually affect the detonation time, which would obviously probably be a good thing, but that's okay. The extra charge, though, is excellent.
Wait, on stream right now,
It means
Vance?
you can throw 2 down and have 2 explosions for a bit more coverage, and it makes it a little bit easier to not accidentally override yourself and still get those explosions for detonating. The only thing that is affected by
What are you
the
saying in
less
the video?
duration is the burning ground, so it's not as good for applying that effect, but there's plenty of other ways to do that if you're playing some kind of wind build and need ground effects. On to the level 3 skill gems. We'll start off with Lightning Spear, which I know a lot of people are excited.
Okay. There's a copy of the single spear. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing secondary lightning projectiles. We already know this. Okay. 80% of physical damage compared to the lightning. 100% more chance of shock. Projectiles can split from hitting terrain. Spear cannot pierce, fork, or chain, or return. SiahZ. Modifiers to number of projectiles fired only affect the maximum number of lightning bolts. We already know that. Split towards 5 targets when okay. Lightning bolt. Okay, so the maximum number of lightning bolt projectiles splits towards 5 targets when consuming a frenzy charge. Deals 50% more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Okay, so you're gonna need a frenzy charge stack with this. That's actually kind of cracked. Yeah. This is him. Apparently, this is part 1. So yeah, this is him playing it. I mean, that skill seems really good, bro. 50% more damage, and it splits 5 times with the frenzy charge. That's kind of cracked if you think about it. So you would want a frenzy charge stack. So yeah, we would need to try to, with the patch notes, we need to cook up frenzy charge generation with this so we can just spam it.
Excited for. This throws a lightning spear with a boosted chance to shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall,
Yeah,
it
AJ, I agree.
splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area. Adding more projectiles doesn't affect that core spear, which is a running theme for these spear throws, but it does affect.
Oh my
split
god,
lightning
that skill
bolts
looks
themselves,
amazing.
which are projectiles.
So without the
Frenzy
thing, it
charge
doesn't split
adds more
the frenzy
splits and
charges.
more damage
Okay.
overall, turning it into a bit of a clear speed beast. The splits have full lightning conversion as well, and even more chance to shock too, so particularly good for shocking there. It should be quite nice with Barrage, but I didn't really get much of a chance to test that. And the Innovate support is obviously a pretty good choice here to gain lightning damage on killing shocked enemies. To me, this felt less useful for leveling, though, than other options.
Yeah, I
that
didn't
had
believe you,
access
Bance, I'm
to,
sorry.
But I can definitely see this being a clear speed machine at endgame, especially if you can keep a steady supply of frenzy charges going for those empowered splits.
So what do you do on Monk Bance currently to just like generate a crap ton of frenzy charges?
Fangs of Frost is next up, a simple icy stab.
Okay,
attack
this
that
is one that I was looking at as well. That's cool. So it converts 80% of physical damage to cold, plus 14 at melee strike range, 50% more freeze build up. Okay, performing extended ice step stabs. This is literally just like Ice Shot, but for spear.
It has its own unique payoff on parried enemies. So when striking a parry debuffed enemy, it causes an icy explosion that leaves chilled ground. This means it can be used as an elemental ground source for wind skills, but I don't really think that's going to be the main use case for it here. Both the explosion and stab have 50% more freeze buildup, and the high damage on the explosion does make for some pretty solid freeze potential. By default, it's not stronger than regular spear stab for raw single target DPS, and I initially kind of wrote it off as not too useful, as I wanted to use those parry debuffs to make frenzy charges. Why would I want to consume it for Fangs of Frost when I want to throw my exploding spears and stuff? But I did end up changing my mind on this skill completely later on. When I started getting frenzies from other sources, I found it much more useful overall. With the Combat Frenzy Spirit skill, freezing enemies can generate you easy frenzy charges, and this made it become a core skill in my eventual elemental spear throwing build. A quick poke on trash monsters is a near guaranteed freeze, and therefore a frenzy charge. Great. Much easier than trying to do a parry and disengage. And then when you do use parry for a tougher enemy, you can follow up with a Fangs of Frost for an even more higher chance of getting that freeze. And with decent supports like Cold Infusion and Pursuit, for example, it became a pretty solid high damage and satisfying melee skill to weave in on an otherwise ranged playstyle that I was messing with. The next skill is Spear Field, which is a slightly unusual one that I initially penned as mostly a utility skill, but I think has some pretty strong potential. With Spear Field, you stab the ground and see many spears emerge from the ground in a cone. These spears will explode when enemies come into contact with them, so either when you summon them into an enemy, or if the enemy walks into them or is pushed into them. The spear explosions maim enemies with additional maim effect, slowing their movement speed considerably, and dealing a decent little chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy for single explosions, but obviously this is something that you can do more with and build up a bit. I did kind of write this one off initially, but then when I tried it again much later on, and again on a second run, I was focusing more on like a Bleed Fizz character, it did start to blow me away a little bit. You get a spear every 0.2 meters of space, so the way this skill works is more AoE equals more spears, but they don't cluster tighter if you use something like Concentrated Effect, for example. It has a maximum of 70 spears total, and they seem to start replacing after about 3 uses of the skill. So although the amount of spears you get per 0.2 meters of space is fixed, you can stack the spear fields on top of each other. So you can stack 3 on top of each other and get quite a bit more damage clustered for where a boss is going to be walking through, for example.
Interesting.
So a bit of a hypothetical here. This is just some theory crafting. With Concentrated Effect, you may be able to stack more and deal more damage in the same location, because maybe you are getting less AoE, which means less spears are being kind of put down per use of the skill. So that means maybe you could do 4 or 5 spear fields on top of each other for single target, or you just spam them into the boss, deleting them as they spawn. Still, Concentrated Effect would be very good there for that. Quality is quite interesting in this as well. It has a chance for hazards to rearm, and I did see this kind of hazard keyword elsewhere on the passive skill tree, for example.
Interesting.
It's basically any like damage dealing effect that's left behind from a skill. So basically this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you could use knockback from the spears to push enemies into more spears. So some knockback on the skill itself, or globally perhaps. It would probably take some investment, but could be interesting to look at. I actually think this is a super strong skill against the right types of enemies and built around correctly, in addition to providing some decent utility for slowing enemies down in ranged or bleed builds. Keep in mind that a moving enemy gains bonus bleed damage, and if they're walking slower, they spend more time overall walking to get where they want to be.
This is dopamine. This
Dopamine, new skill. You guys know what this one is?
This and this.
I don't know today. I know what copamine is.
Speaking of bleed builds, the next skill is Rake, the last of the level 3 skills, and this is a bleed themed mobility skill. Rake is a slashing attack that leaps forwards to a target if possible. It's got a moderate range when targeted on a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's
also
really
going to be the same to get frenzy charge 100
around enemies.
True.
And it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes.
Oh my god.
And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you like flip away with disengage, for example. Now it has a 100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance. So there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target as like a hit and run combined with some other skills. It's really fast and fun skill. I liked it a lot. A useful mobility even on non-bleed builds too. The combo of Rake, Whirlwind, Parry, Disengage, and then Rake again. Just kind of like that dash in, flip back combo. It was really fun. Obviously, brutality, heft, and deep cuts are going to be there for bleed damage. Cadence and martial tempo if you want to use it more for speed and maneuverability. And I actually stumbled upon Stomping Ground as a support for this, which is really fun.
Triggers a shockwave
so
when you take a step while using a supported skill. Deals 80 to 120% of your strength as physical damage. Interesting.
It's kind of a lot of steps. So Stomping Ground adds a bunch of hits to make Rake a better single target and a clear skill at the same time. You just kind of have to have a little bit of strength for the damage to be based on while leveling, but because on a bleed build you need a bunch of red sports, you're going to have some strength anyway. And just with the strength I kind of needed from and got from some incidental gear, I found this combo was very strong. Definitely a cool combo. One to have a look at for sure. Since we're talking about bleed skills, it's time for the skill with the edgiest, sickest name of all time.
Herald of Blood.
Herald of Blood is, as name suggests, a new bleed-oriented Herald skill, which means you get access to it at Gem level 4, also known as Gem level 10 after killing the King of the Mists. While active, killing an enemy that has experienced quote-unquote blood loss causes them to explode, dealing physical attack damage in an area. So blood loss is this new system where the total bleed damage on enemies can be tracked and seen on the light.
I want to go back and look at that 1 second.
Blood loss causes them to explode, dealing physical attack damage and seen on the life bars as this kind of like missing portion of life. You'll only see it whenever you have a skill or an effect that cares about blood loss in some way. So as soon as you put Herald of Blood on, you'll start seeing it on enemies. The explosion has some base physical damage, but the bulk of its damage is actually based on the total blood loss of the exploded enemy. It's 15% of the exploding enemy's blood loss total. So
so it can chain into each other.
Value, which is typical.
Answers, what up, brother?
Since it's already effectively has been scaled by your damage in the first place via the actual bleed in the first place. A bit like Plague Bearer from Path of Exile 1 if you're familiar. What this means is that even just one point of bleed damage is enough to cause Herald of Blood to explode for a small amount of damage, regardless of whether the enemy actually dies to bleed or another hit or something else, just as long as they experience blood loss at some point, even if they've stopped bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake, for example, will cause some very chunky, high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can activate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE
right,
they
Vance?
desperately need. Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so maybe you can do some clever things with that perhaps. It's pretty satisfying and effective at even leveling a build that's not really focused on bleed and using Rake for mobility. It was great for AoE clear. You can
bleed builds are going to be
well. Just keep in mind that the blood loss damage is unscalable, so you mostly want to stick to things like magnified
There's the wisp, by the way.
Extra area or utility supports, I imagine. Now moving on to skill level 5, we'll start with Rapid Assault. This skill performs 6 small stabs in a pretty fast sequence and then a large final strike. It seemed like a partial lock-in skill to me, but I think you can interrupt between the 6 fast stabs and then the final large one if needed, but there is some kind of element to commitment to it. It's a skill that you want to use when you can kind of do so safely. The final strike is definitely the most important part of the skill, and it has pretty long range, which means it'll often connect even if you miss that first combo, which is nice. And that final strike is guaranteed to cause bleeding and has a small knockback for a bit of bonus bleed damage as well. Finally, that final strike lodges a stuck spearhead in the target for up to 10 seconds, and you can have a total of 5 stuck spearheads in a target if you can do so quickly enough. The spearheads themselves don't do anything, but if they're hit by a detonator skill, they explode, dealing some extra damage in a small explosion. At gem level 5, it was 85% damage per explosion, so it's not a ton, but that does total to over 400% if you get all 5 in and then detonate them. So it makes it a decent final punch finisher. Mechanically, I think this works quite nicely. When the enemy is vulnerable, you hit them with a few rapid assaults. Then when they start moving again, you detonate the spearheads with an explosive spear or a thunderous leap. Depending on your build, you might be throwing detonators anyway, so that extra damage is just bound to happen as a bonus. When you kind of math out the small rapid hits, the big final hit, and then the potential detonations down the line, it does end up being quite good single target. The bleed does, however, seem kind of supplementary here with no real major bonus or like heavy hit from that final strike to, you know, to give it that extra punch that a bleed really needs. Overall, it's a solid single target skill that'll probably see use in a variety of builds, I expect, especially if they do have a
Look,
detonator
man.
skill kind of already in their gameplay rotation.
I mean, it
And of
definitely
course, don't
looks
forget things
interesting.
Like
I
detonating arrow,
Herald of Blood, I
explosive
think, just looks so
grenades,
much better.
explosive shot all exist for
And
weapons
then
swap
obviously
setup.
this, I feel like there's better bleed skills though to like initiate it. Bro, can I stop getting ads, man?
Next up, Stormlance is another thrown spear
Okay.
skill and one of my other favorites alongside Explosive Spear, which it happens to pair very nicely with. This skill has got a lot going on, so hold on to your butts. Stormlance sees you throw a spear that pierces enemies and lodges in the ground, where it then proceeds to intermittently zap nearby enemies with chaining bolts of lightning. You can have 3 active Stormlances in the ground at any one time zapping away, but you can only throw 1 spear at a time, so Scattershot is out, thankfully I think, but Barrage is an option. The stuck spears are detonatable, but they won't detonate by themselves. If they are hit by a detonator, such as Explosive Spear's Explosion, they'll rapidly fire out 16 bolts near instantly in a larger area before expiring. It's pretty chunky damage, especially with 3 of them stacked in one place and then detonated. But of course, all thrown skills have a frenzy charged version, and Stormlance is no different. When consuming a frenzy charge, Stormlance will fire bolts 4 times faster and detonate itself, causing shocked ground. It's basically 3 skills in one: the basic AoE zaps, detonated mega zaps, and frenzy charge machine gun zaps with shocked ground. And they're all a little bit different in how they function. I love this skill and I just kept coming back to it. My primary elemental build on my first run through to the mid 50s or so was Stormlance and Explosive Spear, combined with frenzy charge generation from Sniper's Mark for single target.
Yeah, that's
and
my dog.
combat
He was
frenzy
barking to come in my
otherwise.
room.
I used Electrocute support on this skill to convert the damage from shock chance to Electrocute to passively feed me frenzy charges, which worked quite well. And that's nice because the empowered version still causes shocked ground anyway, so you're not really missing out on anything there. Just the opportunity cost of using the gem, I suppose. I'd throw 1 or 2 Stormlancers, 1 or 2 explosives with the extra charge support, and then extra Stormlancers as the explosives started detonating to keep a continuous rumble of Stormfire. And those would just be getting passively empowered as frenzy charges kind of trickled in better and better as I got more and
Interesting.
more investment as I went.
I
It's safe
see.
to say that
That does.
Stormlance is a hard recommend from me based on my first impressions, though I can see Lightning Spear outperforming it on pure clear speed, of course, but this is a nice combined AoE and single target skill. The final skill I did want to mention is Barrage. It's not technically a new skill, but it is available here on this line and has been reworked a little bit to have its functionality expanded to include thrown spear attacks in addition to bow attacks.
Get ready a volley of arrows or spears, empowering your next bow or thrown spear attack to repeat multiple times. Consume your frenzy charges on use to add additional repeats. Powered attacks repeat 2 additional times. Okay. Repeated deals 22 less damage. Yep. 1,410% repeated skills attacks time is added to the skill's cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds. Maximum buff duration. Okay, well that's new.
This
Interesting.
means that it doesn't work for Twister, which isn't a thrown spear. It's a projectile attack, but you don't actually throw your spear. But it will for the rest of the thrown spears. If you're unfamiliar, Barrage works by you cast a quick spell that gives you a little buff that then empowers your next attack, compatible to have 2 additional repeats, basically. One thing to remember is that it also consumes frenzy charges to add additional repeats, and that's a good thing, but here in these builds, it may consume the frenzy charges that you intended to empower a spear throw instead, so it's not necessarily all upside there. Let's do a quick rundown on the functionality with the thrown spears as I see it. Explosive
miniature
spear is
snouser
bad with
bits.
Barrage because of the limited number of active explosive spears being 1 by default or 2 with the support. Either way, if you throw 3, it's kind of wasted. You're better off just not barraging and throwing them separately, most likely. Lightning Spear does seem good with Barrage. You use Barrage as you're moving between packs of enemies to empower it, and then you unleash 3 Lightning Spears to clear a large area. Great. I'm not entirely sure of the interaction with frenzy charges on the throw, as there was some inconsistencies here and there that were still being worked on, so we'll have to see where that lands once the developers have finalized those mechanics. Like, I'm not sure if it takes 3 frenzy charges to empower a full barrage, or if it's just 1 frenzy charge for the full barrage. Obviously, the latter would be much stronger there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Stormlance is a pretty good pairing with this too. With the limit of active Stormlancers being 3, you can barrage a set of 3 and then focus on using other skills for some nice front-loaded damage, so pretty good. As Glacial Lance was not playable in my test, I cannot comment on it. We'll have to wait and see for that one.
Oh, okay.
Whirlwind Lance does seem like one of the best pairings. I didn't think to re-equip Barrage when I got it, unfortunately, to test. Sorry about that, but Barrage gives 3 projectiles, and that's an instant 3 stages with the whirlwinds that the Lance creates. That'll be in part 2, so we can look at that then. Overall, Barrage didn't feel mandatory, which I appreciate. I like that it just kind of felt like a potentially good option depending on the skill you're using. I ended up rotating it out for other skills, long term, as there was a lot I wanted to use on the Huntress, and the slots were pretty tight, honestly, more so than ever before. I did not have enough skill slots, despite how many you actually get. I can see Barrage being a part of some setups based on more player preference than anything else, so that sounds pretty good. We'll see how it pans out. But that's it for part 1. In part 2, I'll cover the skills from level 7, 9, 11, and 13, as well as some of the Amazon Ascendancy skills and mechanics. We'll also take a look at Tame Beast, but just as a heads up, I didn't get a chance to try the Rower mount, so you'll have to wait till launch to see more on that. That's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Okay, well, interesting. So, I mean, yeah, the skills look great. I mean, it's just going to come down to, I guess, literally just, you know, we need to generate a lot of frenzy charges since all of them consume it. So, the first day on the hunt, the heck, the heck. All right, so we still do not have patch notes. Nothing new there. Fantastic. What time is it? 5:45. Will we get patch notes today, chat? Will we get patch notes today? I mean, dude, how long is it going to go until they tell us if we're getting them today or not? I mean, just put out a thing already, man. Just let us know, yes or no, you know? It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. So if we're doing that, then I wonder what we can do real quick. Let me throw this over to Path of Building. What can we do potentially to generate all these frenzy charges, huh? So obviously we know that everything literally consumes frenzy charges. Resonance. Sorry. So game power transfer no, frenzy charges and adorned no. Obviously we do combat frenzy to generate it. There might be new stuff too that he didn't cover to actually generate it. So we do kind of keep that in mind. But what do you do currently with what do you call it? With Monk? Like what's the thing to run with Monk to actually generate frenzy charges? Lockdown, sorry that I answered so late. Currently thinking of either a Bow Huntress or a Spear Huntress to start with. Just because that's the new stuff. Let me turn the music back on. Let's see.
Shawty hit my jack, ask me when I'm coming back. I ain't coming back, you can't act right. Every time we talk, girl, it's just a bad fight. to just blow me like a bagpipe. You rubbing off on me, I'm not a bad guy. I'll give you everything you want if you ask nice. You made me wish I was fucking sober.
My mic's been muted the whole time I've been talking. That's fantastic. Yeah, so what I was saying is there is going to be changes to the passive tree. We already been confirmed that. We already know that there's going to be a new like cluster added here for bucklers and stuff like that, so you can actually go in and take some buckler passives. See, also there's going to be more passives added to skills to rearm that will leave like damaging stuff on the ground, like that spear field that he was talking about. The one thing we don't know is if this is just going to be changing a little bit down here, or stuff's going to be added, or if the overall whole tree is going to be changed. What I think they'll most likely do, though, at least for Huntress, is do something similar to Witch and Sork. How you can see here for Witch, we have like minion life, and then if we go over to Sork, this changes over to mana regen. So some nodes change on what they do depending on if you're Sork or Witch. Probably the same for Huntress and Ranger since they start at the same location. But yeah, overall between like the whole tree, I don't know if there's gonna be stuff added or not though. But yeah, so for Frenzy Charge generation, I mean, what do you do currently with Monk to generate Frenzy Charges like abundantly? Because I mean, I'm sure we could like potentially try to reverse engineer what you do there. I haven't played a Monk, so I don't really know. Heck yeah, Bow baby, Bow gang, rise up. Combat Frenzy obviously is looking pretty mandatory for this. I mean, we'll get a Frenzy Charge at least every 1.58 seconds. We would have to freeze. So, might be worth going into this and still running something like Choir of the Storm and Potential. Something like that, maybe even, you know, Red Flare Conduit, so we can get a chance to gain a power charge on hit, and then we can obviously consume it with Choir of the Storm's Greater Lightning Bolt. But obviously, if this gets patched in the patch notes, that won't be possible. But I mean, beyond that, I don't really know other ways of generating it. I guess obviously with the new ways of the actual like go in, hit, come out type ways of the spear to generate it and like buckler pairing, you could potentially do that. I just kind of want to try to figure out if it's possible to find a way to where we can generate frenzy charges to the point where we can just keep spamming the Storm Lance and just keep going from there. You know, so we could just have like that kind of like lightning arrow playstyle, but with you know, spear. So we can just keep like zooming and just throwing it while generating frenzy charges. But we'll see. Well, I'm gonna check really quickly if there's anything out in terms of patch notes. Not one thing has been posted so far. Yeah, I have no clue when it's coming. Sucks. But yeah, so that's what the plan is currently, is to run that, obviously, with like the accuracy stacking and stuff like that, since it's pretty broken. And for those that aren't aware, I can bring it up real quick and let you guys know on why it's broken. So you guys might not be able to see this yet. Let's swap you over. So the reason why I'm thinking Amazon Bow is going to be a lot better than Ranger, depending obviously on what's like buffed or nerfed on Ranger, or if there's nodes added on the Ascendancy, is the fact that we can go in Critical Strike, and this is literally going to generate, or this is going to basically give us like 7-8% or more to our base crit chance, and we can easily get to like 8,000-9,000 accuracy and reach that percentage. On top of that, potentially going in for Penetrate as well might be really good for that, you know, added physical damage. Or it might be better, we could look into just running into like Predatory Instincts for 50% more damage with Open Weakness. But, you know, whatever the case may be, that crit chance is huge. And then obviously Elemental Infusions is even bigger for, you know, the clearing and stuff like that that we're going to get for it. But the fact that we can get base crit chance means we can open up to running different bows, such as Death's Heart, with that giant crit damage that it has on it. And then obviously, you know, the crit chance is saved there, so we don't have to worry about rolling it like on a bow if we had to buy it or craft it ourselves, like a rare one. And then the added physical damage also might be nice. Like I said, Predatory Instinct might just be more damage than Penetrate, we'll see. But in testing, just throwing it on, we were getting like 1 million more damage per hit, compared to our 170 mil Deadeye Ascendancy. Just swapping it over on that same build, we were getting like 1 million more damage a hit, which is crazy. Sort of, Elliot, you would do a mixture. So if we go and show you, I'll go back to Path of Building. So this is the kind of tree that I have set up a little bit of what to do. Obviously, we would go in accuracy nodes. For example, Falcon Dive, a lot of attack speed since we're accuracy stacking. We would go down and pinpoint as well. A lot of what do you call it, accuracy equal to our crit chance, which is really nice. And then obviously, you know, we would still be taking like crit chance nodes and stuff like that, like Deadly Force, you know, True Strike, all this to get that crit chance up still. This is for a bow, obviously, not a spear build. It's kind of similar to our Magnetic Salvo build, and obviously the tree is probably going to change a little bit because we don't know, you know, fully what the nodes are going to be with Huntress. This is just kind of like, you know, taking the Ranger nodes since they started the same place and kind of playing into that. And obviously if we're doing bow, we probably would want to go in Master Fletching. Let me save this for the end game tree. But yeah, it would look something similar like this. And then you would just stack a bunch of accuracy to get a bunch of base crit. And then maybe even that physical damage depending. And then you could run like Death's Harp on your bow and stuff like that for that base crit chance or crit damage and stuff like that. With spears, it'd be pretty similar, Elliot. So what I was thinking with spears literally is just dropping the fletching node. From there, you would drop the bow node, and then you would obviously go into the spear node down here, right? Like pretty much all of the spear node. And I feel like that would be pretty much this, like, the tree for spear. Just because it's very similar, I feel. And like I said, we'll have to see, because we'd probably be running bucklers too. So we might throw some buckler nodes in here and swap some of the nodes that we currently have. But like I said, without knowing and seeing patch notes and seeing the tree changes, it's kind of hard to, you know, say what we should change and go into without seeing, you know, what we can go into. But I figured if we're doing Storm Spear, still going into like, you know, Unbound Forces for Magnitude, Frazzled for Magnitude to Shock, stuff like that, right? Keeping similar in that regard. Probably like Stand and Deliver because, I mean, the crit chance and damage, I feel like it's just a no-brainer, especially in bossing. But it also might be better to go Death from Afar. We'll see and play with that. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking right now. What's ascendancies for Bow Huntress? The two ascendancies are Ritualist and Amazon. Amazon is more based around accuracy stacking and like parrying and applying like weak points and stuff and revealing them to do more damage and getting crit chance off of based off of like your accuracy rating, so you're stacking a lot of that. Ritualist is more basically centered around rings, so she gets basically another ring slot, so obviously very good for ingenuity. Plus she also gets, I think, 25% increased effects from her rings and amulet slot, so that's pretty huge there. From there, she also kind of gets a mini headhunter mechanic where she can like stab mods, or so she can stab a mod and get like almost all the mods off the rare monster, or she can stab herself and get one random one. And that's pretty much that ascendancy. But I think overall the Amazon is going to be better, just because the Ritualist ascendancy you have to kind of play off the rings, and if you don't have good rings, it's kind of dog. So I don't know, but I think both are going to be strong. But for, yeah, if you're asking for like Bow Huntress, which ascendancy, Amazon for sure. But yeah, we just need to figure out how to generate a lot of frenzy charges. Obviously combat frenzy, then we would need to freeze if we're freezing. Potentially going in Acquire the Storm, and Red Flare might be the like play. At least a Red Flare, I think, just for the chance to get a power charge, and then, you know, once we're doing power charges, we would get 100% like freeze, so we should be generating off of that for pinpoint. Or, I mean, freeze on the combat frenzy. But there might be more stuff added to generate on the new jewels or gems, I mean, and like support gems. But we just need the patch notes to know. And of course, no patch notes still. But if you guys want to see all the bow skills, we can take a look at that as well. Yep, so one thing. There you go. So these are all the bow skills coming. Ring of the Brotherhood might help. Potentially, yeah. Raymond, you're not wrong. That potentially could be pretty broken. So this is the skills that are coming for the Huntress. This is all the skills. So obviously there's some that we don't know. So Glacial Lance we didn't see yet. You know, stuff like Elemental Sundering I don't think we've seen. Tame Beast we didn't see. Wind Serpent Fury, Spear of Solaris, all these we kind of didn't see, right? So there's a lot that we don't know still. And then obviously the 100 new support gems we don't know either. There might be something there for Frenzy Charge generation as well. My original thought was to try and stack multiple charges for Ellie. Damage leaps deep. What, for like Thunder Sleep? Or a Storm Leap? Well, actually, I think there's only Thunder Sleep. Yeah, right, AJ.
Digital and worldwide, I don't got time for ratchets. I'm a torch, you a sorry box of matches. Ecabella store, boss on 556 flashes. I know who I am and I can stand on being savage.
So does anybody know if it's confirmed if we're getting patch notes today?
I'm a torch, you a sorry box of matches. Ecabella store, boss on 556 flashes.
Because like I'm kind of confused here, you know? Because if it isn't coming today, then like obviously it'd be nice to know, right? I just don't know when they're gonna release it. Let's go back and let's go back to the path of building and let's look at some other stuff that we can eventually do. So, Ring of the Brotherhood. If you're talking about the lightning damage converted to cold, we potentially could run that, and that might be pretty big. My only concern is I want to keep going with the lightning to apply the shock, right? Because we want to have that. Oh, excuse me. Yawning, gotta love it. We want to keep that magnitude, right? Because magnitude's so big. Like, magnitude adds so much damage compared to everything else. So the shock, we obviously want. So we kind of want to keep the shock there. I'm not against potentially trying to figure a way out to apply it with like shock ground potentially. And then, you know, like run that. It's just everything would be converted to that, right? So we'd just be doing cold. Which, if we did take that, for example, oh, that's what we didn't do. Makes sense. Going into stuff like this up here, or trying to get like exposed to the storm, we wouldn't be able to do because we're not applying lightning exposure, so we don't get that increased crit chance, which I feel like is kind of big. So but I don't know. It might be worth. Because if we do that, I mean, technically we could go with I mean, Red Flare is still not bad to run, low key, if we get the chance to power charge, right? And then all we have to do is consume that, which we could, like I said, run if this doesn't get nerfed. Potential acquire to get that. We would get frenzy charges from that, plus we would get power charges, so we could double dip into infusions. So it might be worth running that. It might be a good idea to do that. I mean, like, so we'll just have to kind of test and see, but I don't know. But yeah, let me go back here, because I forgot something on the in-game tree where we would actually want to go for. We're at what, level 80, 92? We technically would want to go down into these two, but what do we free up for that? Baloo, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome, welcome. I've been out enjoying the stream, dude. I also need to get new like follower emotes and stuff like that. Not emotes, but like notifications done. I mean, all these are good. What do we drop for it though? I mean, this node might be good. I just don't know exactly how good it's going to be. Right? Because that is 8 points to go into. I guess we potentially could just go with that for right now. But could drop that potentially. 96, but I mean, I don't know. I drop that for 3 points, go to 93 or 94 potentially. I think for now we'll just leave this out and we'll just keep it the way it is. Alright, take a look. 605, it's out. It should be out now, you would think. Nothing. Yeah, I don't exactly know. Like I said, does anybody actually know if we are going to get patch notes today? If it's like let's see. I was asking the POE Discord. Let's see if any people reply. But yeah, so I think that's what we're doing. I don't really think there's too much else to do there. Quiver would just be a rare. We don't need to save anything, so we didn't do anything. Can we copy this actually? Maybe we could do it later. It's not that big of a deal. It'll just be changing a few things on the tree for the spear. Yeah, I don't know. What time is it in New Zealand right now? Let's see. New Zealand time. 11:06 a.m.
No, for real. I'ma need a 7-figure deal in this motherfucker. So I got my eyes peeled. I'm for real. Whole time you thought it was a drill. Hey, it's young Drelly. Ay, I don't pop pills. I'm the wave. I don't pop pills. I'm the motherfucking wave. Ay, I don't pop pills. I'm the motherfucking underdog. Someone take the muzzle off. Time to knock it out the park. I knew we was gonna go and make it far. Not a gang filled with stars. We just had to play the part. They thinking I'm the wave cause I'm surfing. Can't nobody see me close the curtains. I woke up today with a purpose. Don't you hit me up unless it's urgent. Unless it's urgent. Someone grab it will, I've been swerving. Yeah, I've been swerving. I need 7 figures, that's for certain. No, for real. I'ma need a 7-figure deal in this motherfucker. So
Alright. Sorry about that, guys.
Whole time you thought it was a drill. Hey, it's young Drelly. Ay, I don't pop pills, I'm the wave. I don't pop pills, I'm the motherfucking wave.
So we're just gonna do some POE, I guess. Explain a little bit, and just hopefully it comes live soon.
I turned it down cause it wasn't a meal. They check my style cause I'm flexing for real.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just be live a little bit longer.
She wiped me down from my neck to my wait, now I'm going out of state. You ain't where I'm from, so you can't relate. Man, these niggas bums, get them out my face. Go and get a check, all you do is hate.
Are they located in Netherlands or New Zealand? GGG. Because if it's in Netherlands, it's technically midnight for them.
No, for real, I'ma need a 7-figure deal in this motherfucker. So I got my eyes peeled, I'm for real. Whole time you thought it was a drill, hey, it's young Drelly.
I'm talking about patch notes, like, so we can see what is going on, but there hasn't been any information on, like, if they're coming today. They said in an interview that it would be today, I think, but it might be tomorrow. I mean, there's been nothing so far. Get in here, brother. I'll give it to you. Yeah, the 4th, this Friday, is when it comes out. That's why I'm like, where's the patch notes? You would think they would want to release them today. So this way you could actually go look into them and try to get some stuff you have today, you know, rest of today, tomorrow, and then bang. They release it just say like 3 o'clock tomorrow. That's not really too much time. That's literally one day you have to look at the patch notes, see what's changed, and try to make your build. You know, that's not really that much time, which kind of sucks. Especially for somebody like me that wants to create league start guides. If it does release tomorrow, just say 3 p.m., I'm gonna have to go brazy, bro, and release a crap ton of videos. Like, I'm literally gonna have to, because I wanted to do at least 3 to 4 videos, so oof, that'll be a lot. I mean, I'll get it done, I think, but it just sucks, you know? Doesn't give me a lot of leeway. Doesn't give players a lot of leeway. We're gonna do Necropocalypse. Should we have any better map than this? Grotto, factory. Usually there's like a countdown too. Yeah, usually. Yeah. Probably on purpose then to even the playing field. I mean, maybe, but they literally said it in the interview with the Gazzy and all them and Darth microtransactions that literally it would be released today for us. Or that's what they're like trying to shoot for, or whatever you want to call it. So unless something went wrong or they're changing stuff again in the patch notes, we should be getting them today, or should have gotten them already. The thing is, they're very like sporadic with their times, right? Like, we could very well still get them, but we might not get them until 10 o'clock, you know, tonight, like another 4 hours from now, you know what I'm saying? Because technically we got that thing yesterday with the new base type items. Literally, for me at least, it was like 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when I got it, you know? It's close to like midnight. So like, I don't know if they're gonna do something like that again, just release them hella late, or what. Which, I mean, I'll still be up, and I guess I'll just have to go crazy, maybe try to get a video ready to be like released for tomorrow, and then try to create like more, like, I don't know. I just wanted to try to like do something today, you know? Let me just make sure they didn't come out again. Never know, they could have dropped them. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah. I'm honestly probably not going to stream that much longer. I'm going to try to hold out for like another hour close to that. And if they don't release by then, I'm just going to call it and then just keep looking every now and then and hope to God that it doesn't come out until sometime tomorrow. Because it would suck if they released super late tonight. But I mean, actually, you know, I take that back. I take everything I said back. I want them to release tonight, so at least we can actually get into them tomorrow super early. I'd hate to be waiting tomorrow until like 5, 6 p.m. again. So I'm hoping they release today. Imagine that though, they literally released tonight at like 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or something. I'm like sleeping and they're like, you know, hey guys, here's the patch notes. Fortunate. Do. Just vibing and chilling, you know? Where is these last fairies at? They have to be, I guess, up top. Do. There. Bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba bum ba da ba dum 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 dum. Oh, a stellar amulet. Okay, hold up. We got some gambling. Alright, map done. Let's go ahead and roll this stellar amulet so we get. Nothing. Who could have guessed that, right? This doesn't go for anything, right? Nothing. I guess I can go check, just double check real quick that they didn't release it. Nothing there. Yeah, they haven't said nothing since yesterday still. Alright. So I found another map. We completed that one, so what did that put us at? Yep. Do 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 do. Ooh. You know what's gonna end up happening? I'm gonna end stream and they're gonna immediately release the patch notes. That's what they're gonna do. They're just waiting for me to end it, bro. That's honestly what's happening. Up, up, up. Alright, where's potentially over here actually? Hold up. You digging the quality, well, yeah, quality of Magic? Queen of the Forest, I don't know. I went whole crazy with it. Hold on. You digging Queen of the Forest build more than your old? That move speed is nice, but I feel Headhunter gives me the same effect. Lol. Yeah, I mean, I probably could rock Headhunter and be pretty fine. I just haven't obviously done it in a very long time. The move speed is nice. I don't think with Headhunter you're getting this much move speed. I could be wrong though, but it's just hard to tell, right? Because I don't think it increases your move speed like stat under your character sheet. So it's hard to know with Headhunter how much you're getting, right? But I mean, I like it. It's like persistent, you know, it's there. It's really nice for farming, especially speed clearing and stuff like that. But obviously it's very squishy, so you get pretty high trade-offs, you know. Oh, what's up there, Benson? How you doing today, man? Dylan, patiently waiting these so-called patch notes. Yeah, me too, man. I don't even know if we're getting them today, because I feel like we should have gotten them already if we were getting them today. It's just they have yet to say anything, right? So I don't know if we are or we aren't. And it kind of sucks, right? Because I wanted to put some builds out, like League Starter builds today. But obviously without the patch notes, it's kind of hard to do that and without knowing like what's being changed. That's at least gonna affect us, right? Like I don't really care about other stuff or other classes, but if it's like specific passives or skills or ascendancy stuff, obviously I kind of want to know that. But like, yeah, I don't know, not too much we can do, honestly. Like I can't release League Starter builds without knowing what the league's gonna be, you know, in terms of like buffs and debuffs, so changes, I mean. So I don't know if we're gonna get them today or not. Like we might get them still, because they released the, what do you call it, that like update of the new base types, like items being brought into the game. That was like at 11 o'clock my time. So are they gonna do another like 11 o'clock release time, like, you know, like Standard Pacific time, or not Standard, but Eastern Standard Time, I mean? Or are they just gonna wait until like sometime tomorrow to release them? You know, I have no clue. I hope they release them tonight at least. I mean, it would suck if they don't release them till like 5 o'clock tomorrow. Alright, I mean, there's another burial, it's not bad. Forge, like, why is Forge on this map? I don't understand sometimes. Yeah. Hey. What tool? Thank you. Or what to ol? I don't know, but I think it's what tool. What's up, brother? Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. It's Arabic name. Wow. In English. Did I pronounce that right? Wow. I'm horrible at pronouncing names, as you probably already noticed. But what's up, dudes? More E. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Let me just do this. Let me. While? Like that? Like while? Like that? Like while? Hopefully. Oh, hopefully. But what's up, bro? Yes, all right. While. I got you. What's up, man? How you doing today? Do. Why am I clearing outside of the breach? What am I doing? I'm on like autopilot right now. Oh my god, I almost just died. What just hit me so hard right there? I think it's probably the bleed. Bro, can I move? Fines. Fish. Alright, we're gonna try to kill this thing real quick. Here we go. We're gonna try to move left to go down here. Will we make that? We should. Alright, I don't think we're gonna be able to hit the top, maybe. I'm a ranger in the end game, just 67 level, and I can't even do one map alone. I don't try to use your build. Hey man, how much currency do you currently have? Because like obviously, right, depending on what build you're trying to do of mine, like obviously some of the builds that I have are very expensive. I would advise if you only have about like 10 or 15 divines, to try to do the 34 million DPS budget that I build, that I have on the channel. That I purposely went with like 7 divs and I made it work. So it's very budget friendly. So I would use that if you're kind of tight on cash. What do we get for a unique over here? Oh, that's actually pretty good. We might be able to roll something good on that. So collect everything. How much cash I need in general if I want to make it easy? If you want to trivialize the game, probably 40-50 divines to start with. If you really want to trivialize the game and be very luxurious and pretty much like ball out, 100 to 150 divines. But I think with 40 to 50, you can definitely get a very good build going.
personal pics with me, bitch, do you know who I am? I made 100,000 off on sonnets like your advance. I'm fucking with your vibe, but you know I can't cover fans. I've been getting way too high, flew a hard from Pakistan. I got bitches from Italy, she get freaky in Sicily. Nowadays I'm in Dallas, so fly back to the DMV. Me and Hell got matching shooters. Enemies and these bullets sing a song that if sing you a
Oh, I'm talking in-game stuff. If you're talking about buying the items for money, I have no clue, dude. I don't look into that at all. Wait, what? How's that 27%? Oh, that's the other one. That's flipping. I'm gonna try to crop it. I hate how it flips stuff like that. So annoying.
Give a fuck what you niggas on, cause I'm on the big and better things, yeah. I don't want no smoke, these niggas they run and tell everything, yeah. And my bitch is beautiful, and I ain't into cheating unless for hey.
What are you asking? Are you asking like the item organization that I have, or what are you asking? None of these are good. Your stash, yeah. My organization right now is about as worse as it can get. These tabs are just filled with random junk that I've yet to sort, and I really don't want to sort it. And at the point that the new update's coming out, I'm just kind of waiting for that. So this way I can just go into the new league and not have to worry about this and just kind of start to, you know, sort it then and really organize it. But so right now it's just a mess, nothing sorted how it should be. Oh, if you're talking about the stash tabs, yes, you would go to the microtransaction shop. You would go to the shop and then stash tabs, and these are the tabs you can buy to sort stuff. I would recommend for sure buying the currency stash tab. This is going to be like your divines, your exalteds, chaos orbs, val orbs, all that are going to go in there and have their own place. So definitely that one's 100% like a must. On top of that, I would say for sure go with a premium tab. So this way you can sell in the player market. Like if you have an item and you want to sell it for, you know, just say 3 divines or something, right? Which is like an in-game currency people trade with. You can go ahead and set it for that. And if somebody wants to buy it, they can hit you up and you can trade the item for that currency. And you have to have a premium stash tab to be able to do that. So 100% I would buy one of those. And then from there, the only other like one I would highly recommend is maybe a map stash tab. But I mean, everything else is kind of just like quality of life from there. So just up to you.
Come up on the floorboard, run up on the floorboard, fire in the swamp with the alligator floating board. Hit him with that block, break him with that pop. Run up in the back street, then hit him with that drip drop. Bitch, I'm on my TikTok, she gon' give me good top. Run up on the block hop, the money counter stay hot. Me, I'm at the dead drop, pulling up like knock. Riding with my J's on, she know I got that swag walk. Your rich Cuban quiet, cause you know I let the swag talk. Matching with my blicky, yeah, I'm pulling till the mag drop. Till the op drop, pulling till the op stop. Hustling till the bag fall, slamming till the cash talk. Rhyming till I blast off, gotta keep the mask on. mouth busted wide open and it's hard to keep my hands off. Beat it till that ass off, fuck it till that ass raw. Eat it like some compound chicken with my damn sauce. Pull up on the scene, I got 5 chains now. Made a couple jugs, I got 4 rings, wow. Riding with the stick, it go ping ping plow. I hit him on that gang gang street shit how. Come up on the Florida boy, run up on the Florida boy. I be riding to the cash, pick it up and dash. Slime for $20, I'ma have to.
Yeah, no problem, man. But I can help you.
Ping, ping, boom, duck, duck, jab, jab, run it up on my block, get the stepping black, black. We ain't playing down
All right.
south, this the bottom of the map. Bitch, we coming out the mud, Everglades, splash, splash, get it going on the scene. I'm a
So no patch notes yet.
knowledge got my back, run the ops from off the map. 8 bands on your head, night, night, whack, whack. Is you my dog or is you a rat? Cause I ain't fucking with no rats, but I be coming for that jack. Cause I ain't sleeping on them racks. Catch me creeping for them racks, might leave you leaking for some stacks. Better watch where you going, better know where you at. I reload before I ask, grab the pole and wave a flag.
All right. So yeah, nothing yet. I don't know if they're gonna release it at 7. I mean, what time is it in New Zealand right now?
Solid gold is what I have. If you don't like
It is 11:35 a.m.
run it in the back. Your rich Cuban never let
Are they gonna release it at 12? Probably not.
I see the beaches, I can tell you where we're at now. Pull up on the scene, I got 5 chains now. Made a couple jugs, I got 4 rings, wow. Riding with the stick, it go ping ping plow. I hit him on that gang gang street shit how.
I guess they still technically could like release it in the next hour or two, but it would kind of be weird them releasing like 8, 9 o'clock at night. Because you would assume at 12 is probably going to be their lunch break, right? Like them going in and having a lunch break and all that. Like 12 to 1 potentially, so I doubt we're going to get it at 7. Maybe 8 we could get it. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think we're gonna get patches today, or you think it's chalked until tomorrow?
Never been easier, well, I lost my will and that shit hit like a meteor, well, they off my back, I think not, how about the last time, I forgot already, whatever, it's for the better too, put it down first, not the
Yeah, I don't think we're getting patch notes today. I highly doubt it. I'm gonna take another look real quick just to see. They shadow dropped it. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. All right.
So I cannot side for real. Chill, let's get it bumping on some mic will. You might feel we get higher than the kite still. Want a pretty girl.
According to today's information, they will put patch note today, but update tomorrow. Yeah. So we should have had patch note today, but the interesting thing is it's 6:37 p.m. right? So it's kind of weird for them because the majority of their player base is, you know, NA, right? So it's like obviously not New Zealand. So if they did release it, they normally, I mean, if they release, just say they released like 8, 9 o'clock. That'd be kind of weird to release patch notes that late, in my opinion. I mean, they still could. I'm not saying they couldn't. They could release it like, you know, another 2-3 hours from now. Because technically, it is like 11:30 a.m. for New Zealand right now, right? But I'm just saying it's like interesting to me at least. I mean, if they release it at like 9, 10, I'm obviously going to try to dive in and get like a league starter build ready to go early tomorrow, maybe 2. But like, yeah, it just kind of sucks that it's this late, you know? Because I would have thought they would have released it by now at least, right?
stairs. I need to get the fuck out of here. When I'm up on that stage, you gon' see them cheer. Late at night in their dreams, I'm the one they fear. Man, I'm just like an AirPod, I'm in their ear. Finna spark up a blind, blow it in the air. I walk in the room and they all stare. It's a new
Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys. So just vibe out and chill. I'll be back in like a minute or two.
COD, I couldn't find a way out of make one. Digi pack, smoking big blunts. Nitro circuits by the big stunt. A big stunt. I'm getting to it as soon as I wake up. As soon as I wake up. If I get in my head, I try to get out of my bed. I do not give no fucks. I do what I do to get ahead. Covert like Metal Gear. Silent snake, I don't have no fear. I made it out, yeah, I'm in the clear. Crazy change, oh yeah, I disappear.
All right, I'm here. Sorry about that. When does patch notes drop? No clue, Mark. There's zero information on when patch notes are dropping. I thought they said today, but obviously today is, you know, like already 90% over. So it's like, when is today? We have no clue when they're dropping. The most crucial build with crossbow on Huntress Amazon? Maybe. Depends if they buff crossbow. Yeah, they in an interview they had with what do you call it? They Ghazi and them, they said that they pretty sure we're dropping it today, which had been Thursday New Zealand time, but I mean obviously it's only like close to like 12 p.m. so it's like, you know, barely started their workday, but still it's, you know, it's kind of insane for us. I don't know what time we'll get it or when they plan on actually dropping it, because if they do drop it, just saying the next 2 hours, obviously it's pretty late for us, right? Like 8-9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's, you know, it's kind of like annoying. So I don't know exactly when they're going to drop it, or if they're going to drop it, or if they won't drop it for another 3-4 hours. I have no clue. I just might be crazy. They did say they were buffing crossbows. No, I think they're pretty sure they said they're taking a look at almost everything in the game. So I would assume crossbows are going to get a look at, whether that be changes, a major buff, slight buff. We don't know. so it's hard to say. Thoughts on the new Blacksmith Ascendancy? It looks pretty ass to me. It can be cool in some specific like applications, potentially going with like a lot of like trigger skills and stuff like that. Maybe a fireball, you know, like trigger stuff like that. We can throw a bunch of spells or fire skills out really quickly. But I mean, on top of just looking at it on paper and looking at the Ascendancy, comparing it to the new ones, it is definitely probably the worst one. Maybe it's above Merc, maybe it's below the new Merc Ascendancy. I do think the new Merc's probably better and more versatile. But yeah, I mean, there's not really too much stuff you can do with it, and the whole premise is like crafting your armor, which is cool. But I feel like, I don't know, it's more like a tanky Ascendancy and like a SSF, I feel like, than really a standard. Flip this around. No, we actually want us to stay this same. Oh, those suck. Do 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 do. All right. Let me see something. Oh my god, I zoomed in way too much on that. Yeah. So I got my food here. Okay. Is there anything new? See something here. Do. Do. Trying to see if there's anything new or new info that we maybe have not seen. Alright. Counter crossbow don't need a buff. You generate power charges by unique red flare conduit and frenzy charges by electrocution and consume power charge infusion, so you're getting tons of damage from elemental infusion. And that is true, that is true. I mean, I think bows can have similar application there with the, you know, like power charge generation. Potentially running it. Obviously wouldn't be as good, but it would still be there to generate, right? So we'll just have to see.
Change, you don't know the old me. Stuck on the pills, I was searching for love, but I found me.
All right. You know what we're gonna look at here? We're gonna watch a speedrun real quick while I eat. That's chill with you guys. Throw us over to it. That's not it. Where the fudge is, there we go. Doop, 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 doop. Let's over to it. We could potentially get some info on how to potentially speedrun while we're doing this. Yeah, still no patch notes, man. We need more varied builds. Ice and Lightning are too strong. True. I just think that comes down to the way Ignite plays and how bad it is based off of hit-based. And then Bleed's kind of same thing. What do you do right there? Oh, okay. So just simple rods in LA.
It should be over here somewhere. Look for grays. Dolphins. That thing. I guess it's down.
Just gonna chill and see, I guess. So we'll see if they drop it at 7. If they don't drop it at 7, I think it's pretty chalked for the night. Unless they drop it at like 10 or 11.
That's crazy. Where's the exit? Down here, perhaps.
Just be grateful that you had me long. It's obvious that I've been holding on. It's obvious that you
Not bad.
Dude, just so efficient, man. Like, these guys have it down to a pace like where they know what they need and what they want to do before they even need to do it. Well, this is I don't think this is obviously, hold on, if I go back. Okay, this is obviously without. I need to try to find one that's like 0 to hero type stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can watch a speedrun in 48 minutes. Watch this one 3 months ago.
Hello and welcome to my... but it's not a big deal. There's a little glitch here, sort of, that you can do where you can actually clip straight through that. Well, before he raises it up. I'm not sure if that will be officially allowed on the leaderboards, but just sort of something that you can do. It's a little silly, but it does save time.
Actually, watch this one. It's a little bit more updated. Interesting guy. Interesting.
There's a path you could, if you find a fight down there.
These are dangerous times.
Okay, so they he's running frost bomb. Interesting. I like how this guy has this thing set up, though, I'll be honest with you.
Es macht so einen Unterschied, dass ich einen Curve
habe mit 2 bis
4 Damage gerade.
The Grellwood feels darker somehow. It is no longer the home I once knew.
See if there's a like a VOD of the race event on YouTube. We can watch this.
Moving.
We can watch what he's doing on Warrior.
Oh, I need a switching conk effect because I have a white weapon. Not quite enough damage. Can you imagine? Strength is also pretty good.
1 minute, will we get it?
Speed, though.
At 1 minute?
Strength, holy.
My guess is no. I feel like we're not getting it for either. We're gonna get it like 3-4 hours from now, or we're not getting it till tomorrow.
Could be down here, or it's over there. Yep, it's down here.
Damn, Warriors crack. Dude, we hitting OP. OP.
Holy. That's crazy. Strength. Strength, no. Well.
It's 7 o'clock. Is the patch notes out?
This is better
No
than
patch
most
notes.
practice runs for the record. Like being at this
No,
stage.
nothing. You gotta be joking me. You're drilling me right now. What are you going on?
You just didn't get strength so far? That's all that happened? How many wisdoms do I need? Just a couple, ideally. Holy, is it? No, it's not the one I know. Alright. I have no idea where I'm going then. That's fine. I need to catch up a little bit in XP. I want to be leaving here at like level 6, ideally. Oh, fuck. Whoops, my bad. Holy. That's, life. Alright. Holy, whoops. I probably can't use this yet, I don't think. I think this is too much damage.
Let's check again. Patch notes, 702.
Little nervous. Still a good time. But I'm glad I got my bullshit death out of the way. That means I'm good to go for the rest of the race.
Nothing.
Whoops. This is probably up this way and then down. Do I hang? I might hang down for Druid, I'm not sure. I don't recognize this layout yet. But it's not the layout I thought it was, so it's not like a layout I know. Whoops. That should have been me. I'll just wear the chest piece for the rest of this.
We'll wait a few more minutes. We'll give it to like 05.
When I'm like actually fighting. Oh, yeah, mobs respawned. Whoopsies. That's so rough, low-key. You can tell by how fast that they entered that where like that entrance is, that it's very close to the spawn tile for the mausoleum. Probably means the consort zone. Oh, okay, they're both probably really close then, that they entered that fast. Maybe it's just a straight up. This is my bet. Holy, nice. Didn't.
Alright, so no patch notes. I don't think that the patch notes are dropping. today. If, like I said, maybe 10 o'clock they'll drop, but as of right now, yeah, they're not dropping at all. So with that being said, I am going to end the stream here for today. Want to thank everybody for chilling, vibing out with me. Always appreciate you guys coming out and chilling. We'll be live again tomorrow. Whether that is like the patch notes coming out tomorrow, or if they shadow drop tonight at like 10 p.m., I'm going to try to look through them and get something ready to go for tomorrow morning. And then obviously, depending on that, I might be live, I might not. I might just try to go deep into like just build and video crafting and creating and just try to get as many as I can out tomorrow. But if the patch notes aren't out, we'll be streaming. Again, I'll keep everybody updated in the community Discord on what's happening. And you can find that just by doing exclamation point Discord and chat, or by joining the link that you see there. And like I said, thanks everybody for chilling, vibing, hanging out with me. Appreciate everybody that followed on the YouTube side, or the Twitch side, I mean, and dropping subs on the YouTube. It does help me out immensely. Before I go and eat my words, let me just refresh one last time. Because if it's out now, then we will deep dive into it. No, it's not out. Not out. And not out. Alright, nothing's out. Like I said, I'll be live again tomorrow. I'll keep everybody updated what's going on, if the patches are out, if they're not, etc. Like I said, thanks everybody for chilling, vibing, hanging out with me, and I will see you guys again very, very soon. And yeah, look forward to at least our videos and stuff on the channel. Peace out, guys.